Good evening and welcome, everybody. I would now like to call the regular session of the City Council meeting on June 25th, 2024 in session. You can view this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel. However, our live stream is not working, so we cannot view it on our live stream. City Clerk, is that true, or is LPM still live streaming it?
Mayor, I believe LPM's live stream is just fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
So
thank
it's
you.
internal that we can't view it. So the Longmont Public Media at longmontpublicmedia.org/watch is live streaming, so you can see it there. You can also see it on the city's YouTube channel or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. May we have the roll call, please?
Absolutely. Mayor Peck?
Here.
Councilmember Christ?
Here.
Councilmember Hidalgo-Faring?
Here.
Councilmember Martin?
Here.
Councilmember McCoy?
Present.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Here.
Councilmember Yarbrough?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We did it for ongoing. As a reminder to the public, in accordance with the City Council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your address on the sign-up sheet before the meeting, or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, and anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing items, and you are asked to add your name to the speaker list for that specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak during final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of this council. The chair may recess or call to adjourn the meeting after 3 attempts to maintain the orderly function of the council. May I have a motion to approve the June 11th meeting?
I move that we approve the regular session of June 11th, 2024.
Second.
Okay, those minutes have been moved to approve by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Christ. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Councilor Martin? You did, great. So those minutes pass, that motion passes unanimously. Do we have any agenda revisions, Dawn?
We have a corrected council communication that for item 9C, that will be explained. Oh, I'm sorry, it is for item 6. I'm wrong, let me find this. It is for item 12B.
12B.
Yep, on your desks, and that will be explained by staff. There's a correction in that council communication.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have any items that councilors would like to add to future agendas? Councilor Hidalgo-Faring.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move to direct staff to have Longmont's 0.2 cent open space sales and use tax be put on the November 5th ballot so that it is extended in perpetuity, and to be prepared, and for staff to be prepared to bring this ordinance back to City Council on or before July 23rd in order to hit the deadline. Can I have a second?
I'll second that. Whoops. Thanks to the motion to have the open tax extension brought back on the next regular meeting. And that was seconded by Councilor McCoy. So is there any discussion? Councilor Christ.
Well, we have 10 years before it sunsets, and I have a concern that if we put it on the ballot this November, it's a little bit of a tight year. I almost think that we should wait 3 years. I know there's this argument that you get more of a turnout during a presidential election. However, I've worked elections for many, many years, and what I found is that in off-election or off-presidential elections, what you get are very committed voters who pay attention to the issues and study on them. So I actually think we should wait 3 years to put it on the ballot.
Okay. Counselor McCoy.
Oh,
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Well, I'm the opposite there. This is so important. We need to make sure that we have, if it doesn't pass, then I think we need to have the time so that we can try and move it in that direction again at some point, or a future council. So that's why I'll be supporting it.
Counselor Hidalgo Faring.
oh, it ended up turning off, sorry. I think we switched at the same time. So, thank you, Mayor. So I would like to get into detail as to why I brought this motion forward. It was 2 weeks ago now, when we attended the open space field trip, I had the opportunity to speak with staff. And really how they're planning is, the range is between 5 to 10 years out. And how, as we're looking at sustainability and acquiring of new land, there has to be some kind of certainty that any land that we acquire, if we attempt to have future requirements, or even sustaining the land that we have, being able to have something set in place so that staff can make appropriate adjustments and plans moving forward. So it was less about putting it on in a general presidential ballot. It was more about the planning that staff needs in order to be able to sustain our existing land and look for future acquired land. So, I was kind of looking, I didn't realize how far in advance they have to set those plans in motion as far as, the remediation of the properties. So that was one of the big reasons why I thought, you know what, we need to bring this in now, sooner rather than later, and then it gives us a chance to redirect in the event it doesn't pass, which I hope, considering it passed back in 2014. So it's not any kind of increase to taxes. We still have until 2034 before that ordinance, before it sunsets. So there is no impact financially to any resident right now. And then what they'll see beyond 2034 is, if it passes, that it'll be the same as what we've been accustomed to for the last 20 years.
Thank
So
you.
that's
Counselor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I agree with the long-range planning argument very strongly. On the other hand, and I think we heard some arguments against this last time we talked, but maybe it could be dealt with as a matter of proportion. We don't seem to have any change in ballot language about how much of this tax is earmarked for land acquisition as opposed to how much is earmarked for the maintenance and curation of the open space portfolio that the city of Longmont owns and will own, which is quite extensive. And I've been learning that the public doesn't really understand how extensive it is in most cases. So I am concerned, and maybe Mayor, you can clarify this, or someone can clarify this, whether we have an opportunity to alter the language of the tax to discuss the proportions or the goals of the size of the open space portfolio and how much we invest in the management of the land, which is, I think, the more important aspect of our open space portfolio at this point, because compared to the size of the city, our existing portfolio is quite large. So does either the staff or the mayor have something to say about that in terms of process? Will we have a voice in the ballot language?
So those are good comments, Counselor Martin. From my opinion is that we don't know in the future if we're going to acquire any more open space or not. But all the land that we own needs to be maintained. The cost of maintaining it might depend upon how we maintain it and what we do with it. There are conversations that I've had with city manager about how do we maintain that open space for fire mitigation. Is there a possibility, and I am a great lover of our goat mowers, and so are the kids. What do we want to do with it in the future? Is it open to farming? Is it open to leasing it for other natural activity? And that, from my opinion, I don't know how you can put a price tag on that. But what you can do, if you're interested, is make a different motion after we vote on this one, to bring that back when they bring it back at the next regular meeting, to have some data on that if possible. Would that be acceptable to you?
Well, to have some data is one thing, and then after we've seen the data, will we have an opportunity to modify the ballot language? That's a procedural question, I think, because it's my personal opinion that the ballot language should constrain the city's acquisition of land to the amount of land that it can afford to maintain. We already maintain land as agricultural preserves and as nature preserves, and I think we do a spectacularly fine job of both, unlike some of our neighboring jurisdictions. And I want to see that continue very much, but I do not necessarily want us locked in to purchasing additional open space because we have to, because there's a tax.
So if memory serves me right, every time the city puts a ballot measure on for an election, that language is brought back to us to okay. So at that point, we can have a voice in that ballot language. And it is my memory that Assistant City Manager Sandy Cedar is the one that brings that back to us at the time for us to okay that ballot language. Would that suffice for you?
Yes, it would. Thank you, Mayor Peck.
Okay. Is there any more discussion from council? Seeing none, let's vote. So what we're voting on is to direct staff to have open space sales tax on the November ballot to extend it in perpetuity on or before July 23rd, at the July 23rd meeting. I am wondering about the word perpetuity. Should we use that or ongoing when we're giving direction?
I think we have the general sense of what council wants from
Okay.
a policy objective, and we'll lean to the attorneys in terms of the right ballot language that needs to be in place.
Great, thank you. Let's vote. So that carries 6-1 with Councilor Christ in opposition. Thank you. All right, we are now at the city manager's report.
No report, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. We're at the special reports and presentations, and we have an award. It is the City of Longmont Life-Saving Annual Presentation for members of the Longmont community who performed life-saving actions in 2 recent critical incidents.
Point of order. I was going to introduce another motion based on the way Mayor Peck answered my question. And we've moved on so fast that I did not have an opportunity to do that.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead with your motion.
Thank you. I move to direct staff to return data about the existing costs of maintaining versus acquiring open space out of the open space fund for a period of time that it deems appropriate, such as 5 years, so that the council has something to base possible modifications to the ballot language on before we make the final referral of this this tax to the November ballot.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been seconded by Counselor Hidalgo Faring. So let me see if I can restate that correctly, Counselor Martin. Counselor Martin made a motion that at the July 23rd meeting, when we bring back the discussion or the motion.
Ada,
Oh, what would I do without you? The motion was to direct staff to return data about the existing costs of maintaining versus acquiring open space out of open space funds for a period of time, such as 5 years, so council has something to base possible modifications to ballot language on before referring the question to the November ballot. Whew, that was a long
that's
one.
exactly right.
She's good.
Is there any discussion about this motion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Marcia. So now we'll get back to our life-saving award presentation for members of the Longmont community who performed life-saving actions in 2 recent critical incidents. And I would like invite staff to introduce this item. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, Dan Higgins, Fire Chief, and with me I have Police Chief Jeff Satter and supporting cast. Tonight, we're honored to be here to celebrate the actions of some of the citizens of Longmont where they literally came forward and saved lives. So we have 2 different events that we wanted to acknowledge and celebrate the actions of these citizens. So the first one I'm going to go ahead and speak on, and then the second one Jeff Satter will speak on.
Okay, great.
All right. So the first incident we wanted to talk about occurred March 31st, 2023. Lars Soderholm was exercising at the Longmont Rec Center, and while he was running on the track, he collapsed, went into cardiac arrest, and a group of our citizens immediately jumped forward and provided life-saving care. Retired Boulder Fire Lieutenant John Zavala, Angie Banning, Lori Deckard, and then not with us tonight, she couldn't make it, Belinda Strickland. They all came forward. They started CPR immediately, provided shocks with an AED that was available on site, and got pulses back on Lars until our crews got there and they were able to stabilize him and get him to Longs Peak Hospital, where he received more care. And the great part about this one is, Lars, are you willing to come up? Lars gets to be here tonight to shake their hand and thank them as well. So this is a true great life-saving story. So this is kind of hard to do facing them and facing you, but I'll do my best here. So John, would you like to come up? And Angie and Lori? So they got to re-meet Lars as well, so that's a nice thing too. So they were able to have some chats this evening. But so we have a Citizen Life-Saving Award that we're going to present to John tonight, and I apologize, we didn't get the 2 for Angie and Lori, so we will get those to them. But John, in recognition of your life-saving efforts, and Lori, and Angie will be presenting this to you as well. But we want to thank you for all you did for Lars and being an exemplary citizen for Longmont. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great to see you, Lars. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm going to pass this off to Police Chief Jeff Satter. Oh, pictures? All right. Can't forget the photo.
Absolutely.
Everybody, will you please come back? Photo ops are my favorite thing, so we have to do that as well, so. So where would you like us in
It was
front?
by the grace of God that it happened. There were 4 angels that arrived just in time.
Yeah. Where do we take, oh, over there.
Here we can see. Yeah, we can see right here.
Everybody over here. One more. Thank you.
All right. How about a round of applause?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Jeff Satter. I'm the police chief with the Longmont Police Department. Up here with me is Jason Moltrud. Also, Cooper Arvise is in the back there. He nominated the flight crew. But this story is about an incident that occurred on March 20th of 2024 at 1:35 in the afternoon in northeast Longmont. At that time, a suspect shot his wife in the driveway of her home in front of her kids. And without the assistance of a neighbor, William Osborne, Carl Veach, and later I'm going to introduce the flight crew, Samantha Poyer, and flight nurse Kaylee Nicholson, and flight paramedic Chris Scott. She probably wouldn't be here today. We also have some of the paramedics that responded from Station 3. I understand another station, was it 1? Also responded that day. And just a lot of great work went into saving this lady at a very critical time. And if it hadn't happened again, it would have been a whole different story. So William Osborne is here. He came to aid, and as did Carl Veach. And this is before the suspect was apprehended. So they didn't know. They ran over there risking their safety. They ran to her aid, provided immediate care to her that helped stabilize her until fire paramedics could get to her. She was transferred to a hospital, and then the flight crew was asked to respond. This was a very difficult transport because her injuries were so significant that it was a very risky maneuver, but they stepped up, they got her to Denver, and she continues to thrive today. So if I could have Carl Veach, William Osborne, Samantha Poyer, am I saying that right? And Casey Nicholson and Chris Scott. And I understand Samantha can't be here today. So if you guys could come up. And I also have a guest today. If Nicole Elam and Ella would like to join us. She's here today, the victim of this shooting, and she's going to give the awards. Sorry. Oh my God. So we have two awards. We have the fire award and the city award. And then we have an award for William Osborne from Police and Fire. And then we have awards for the flight crew, Chris. Whoops, here, I'll. And Keely? Whoops, here. I said I'll let you do it, and then
Oh my gosh.
so, and if we could get a quick picture too. I'm sorry for the confusion. Dave Amala, Brian Miller, and Kevin Blumenschein were at Station 3 that day and helped with some of the rescue efforts.
You know, with all the horrible things going on in this world, it just makes me feel so good that Longmont has such incredible human beings. And I think that we forget about that. We have to remember every day that we are a good community. We really care for each other, and just the bad stuff is very minimal in our lives. The good stuff is always there. Oh. Now back to business. The next thing on our agenda is a proclamation designating June 2024 as honoring Juneteenth month in Longmont, Colorado. And I would like to invite Nick Elg and Councilmember Shakita Yarbrough and Polly Christensen to accept the proclamation and say a few words. Yeah. So here's the proclamation. I haven't read it yet. This is a proclamation designating June 2024 as honoring Juneteenth month in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day, commemorates the end of slavery in the United States and celebrates the spirit of resilience and determination of Black Americans who have overcome centuries of oppression and discrimination to shape our nation's history and culture. Whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, to announce the end of the Civil War and the abolition of slavery, marking a pivotal moment in the fight for freedom and equality for African Americans. Whereas Juneteenth has been recognized as a state holiday in Colorado since 2022, and its observance offers an opportunity to reflect on the ongoing struggle for racial justice and to celebrate the contributions and achievements of the Black community. Whereas the Juneteenth holiday in Colorado is a time to honor the legacy of Black Americans, recognize their significant contributions to our state's history and culture, and acknowledge the ongoing challenges and barriers they face. And in 2023, Boulder County honors the contributions specifically of Black Boulder County residents. Whereas Colorado's Black community has a rich and diverse history, from the pioneers who settled in the state during the 19th century, to the activists who fought for civil rights during the 20th century, to the artists, athletes, and entrepreneurs who continue to make their mark today. Whereas we must continue to work towards creating a more equitable and just society for all Coloradoans, and recognizing the contributions and struggles of the Black community is an essential step towards achieving that goal. Now therefore, I, Joan Peck, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 as honoring Juneteenth month in Longmont, and encourage the people of City of Longmont to observe Juneteenth Day with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs. This proclamation was written by Polly Christensen, and she has brought Councilmember Shakita Yarbrough and Nick Elk into the accepting of this proclamation because of the work and continuing acknowledgement of Juneteenth. Surprise. So, Polly, thank you, and would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Is Nick here?
I don't know.
She's supposed to be here. Well, anyway. With Madeline Strong Woodley of the Boulder County NAACP asked me to organize the flag raising for Juneteenth, I was very honored. But the truth is that most of the work was actually done by Nick L. and Carmen Ramirez, who are both incredible women on the city staff. And then Shakita Yarbrough organized an incredible event over at Roosevelt Park. So this was a great event. I would like to say a few words. So June 19th, 1865 was the end of slavery in the United States, but it was the beginning of freedom and the beginning of America becoming the land where life, the liberty, and the pursuit of happiness had meaning for every American. It was made possible not just by passing laws, but by federal enforcement of those laws. Just as Colonel Major Granger and his 2,000 soldiers enforced the Emancipation Proclamation, so too was school integration by Little Ruby Bridges and many others, only made possible by federal enforcement of integration laws. Today, fair elections are only made possible by federal enforcement of voter laws. Juneteenth reminds us all Americans, how grateful we are to all of those before us who died for our rights. Thank you for Shakita, for Sandy Cedar, who helped organize it, for Dawn Hugentana, who helped move it along, at least the proclamation. Anyway, and thank you for this.
So, would you like a picture? Would you like a picture, Polly, and Shakita?
Sure.
Why not?
I would like
We're
Nick to be
camera
here.
friendly tonight.
Sure.
Hello. So I see that our CFO, Jim Golden, is up here ready to give the presentation of the City of Longmont's annual comprehensive financial report and independent audit for 2023. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you, Mayor Peck, members of council. Again, I'm Jim Golden, Chief Financial Officer. I'm just going to introduce some folks who are going to present the report to you. Before I do, I wanted to point out that this report is put together by the city staff, the accounting staff, led by Accounting Manager Deanne Hansen, who will be up here in a minute, as also assisted by the lead accountants, Susie McGinley and Sammy Colson, and the rest of our accountant staff in helping to put this together every year. This year's report will be submitted to the GFOA for consideration for the annual award for Certificate of Achievement in Excellence in Financial Reporting, which we have received for the past 42 years in a row. We did for our last year in 22. We just found out a couple of months ago about that. And Deanne and her staff have all credit for that. And I thank them for their work on that. We've had that for 42 years in a row since the city finance director here made the bad decision to hire a chief accountant with less than 2 years' experience. And so we did not get that financial award when I did my first ACFR at that time. But we've kept that rolling since then. So
You've come a long way.
so I'm going to have Deanne step up here. She will introduce the auditor here tonight as well from Plant Moran, who has prepared the audit reports that you have in your packet tonight. So.
Hi, Mayor and the rest of council. I appreciate you having us here tonight. I'm going to give just a brief highlights, but first I want to give thanks to my lead accountant, Susie McGinley, and our other lead accountant, Sammy Colson, for all the help that they did on this report. It's a huge undertaking every year. So the city engaged Plant Moran to perform the audit. William Brickey and Josh Eady were the lead audits on this engagement. Tonight we have Jamie Essenmacher here. She's a partner with the Denver office, and she will present the auditor comments and respond to any questions that council may have. So the city finished 2023 with a total net position of $1.557 billion. The government activities making up $646 million of this, and the business type activities making up $910 million of that. That's an increase in net position of $100 million from 2022. You can see financial highlights associated with the citywide net position in the management discussion and analysis starting on page 29 of the ACFR. There's more relevant information pertaining to the fund balances and change in net position of major governmental funds, and that can be found on page 48 and 50 of the ACFR, as well as a summary of fund balances in the council communication on page 4. The major enterprise funds net position and working capital information can be found on page 54 through 55 of the ACFR and on page 5 of your council communication. And we have total assets held in trust for retirement benefits of $207.6 million. And this information can be found on pages 237 through 238 of the ACFR and page 5 of the council communication. So that's just a real brief overview of quick numbers. Does anyone have any questions for me? None? Okay.
Seeing none, you can continue.
Okay. So we'll bring Jamie Essenmacher up here to present the audit. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me here with you today. As Deanne mentioned, my name is Jamie Essenmacher. I lead the Rocky Mountain Region practice for Plant Moran in the public sector, and I'm here tonight to present the results of the audit. So in your board packet, there were 3 key deliverables as part of our audit, which would include the financial statement opinion within the ACFR, which is the large document that Deanne referred to, as well as the single audit opinion letter and results, which is the audit of the federal grants that the city has, which is a compliance audit, and then the end of the audit letter to City Council, which includes some highlights and required communication that we're required to have with you as part of the audit process. We've covered all of these documents in detail with management and will provide a brief summary tonight. But first and foremost, I would like to thank Jim, Deanne, and Susie and the entire team for all their assistance throughout the audit process. They did a great job preparing for the audit and helping us throughout the entire process. We do ask a lot as we go through pretty intense audit processes, so they're always very well prepared and ready to go. I do have a few specific items included in the financial statements that I was going to cover, and then I'll just kind of overview that required audit communication letter, as I had mentioned at the end. So our primary deliverable, as I'd mentioned, is the audit opinion on your financial statements. It's essentially what you've hired Plant Moran to put an opinion on, which is included within the ACFR. The city has received an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, which means the statements are in compliance with all rules and regulations and are materially correct in accordance with generally accepted accounting standards and accounting principles. This opinion does not speak to the financial position of the city, but rather provides assurance to you that the numbers are materially accurate. In addition to the financial statement audit, as I had mentioned, we do a compliance audit on federal grants that are required if the city receives over $750,000 in federal grants. The city had federal grants of approximately $9.3 million at the end of the year, and we specifically, in 2023, retested COVID state and local fiscal recovery funds in the amount of approximately $7 million, as well as $1.1 million in community development grants or CDBG entitlement grants. I'm happy to report that we have no audit findings to report to you tonight as it relates to that. On page 296 through 300 in the ACFR report in front of you, you will see our formal report letters. And then on page 301 is what we call the schedule of findings and question cost. You will see that all the boxes here are checked no, and in the audit world, that's a good thing. That means a very clean report and no findings. Overall, the audit went very well, and the city's books and records were in great shape. And so I'll pause there for any questions before I move on to the required letter.
Seeing none.
Okay,
Thank you.
You're welcome. So real quick, just to cover this here. So we do have a few in this letter, the required audit. We do go over our required communications, essentially kind of reporting on various results of the audit, our responsibility, the city's responsibility, as well as there were no changes in the plan scope and timing, looking at some qualitative aspects and significant estimates as we went through the audit process. And we did, there was one adoption of what we call GASB 96, which are related to subscriptions. It had a very immaterial impact on the city as well. So no significant changes to the financial statements, no difficulties, no disagreements, no adjustments were identified, and no significant findings or issues. So again, overall, very clean report here. Very happy to work with the city. And thank you again for your time this evening.
Thank you for all the work you did on this.
Thank you.
So is that the end of your reporting? Okay, thank you. You know, council has been here since 5:15, so I'm going to ask them if they need a short break, bio break. Anybody? We're good to go. So the next thing on our agenda is the Platte River Power Authority's 2024 Integrated Resource Plan.
Good evening, Mayor Peck, members of City Council. I'm Daryl Hahn, the Electric Utility Director at Longmont Power and Communications. Thank you for giving us some of your time tonight. We're happy to invite Platte River Power Authority back to present their integrated resource plan. We have a couple of folks here that they'll introduce themselves here, Jason and Raj. I just want to reinforce some of the messages that I have brought to you before, and that is that we are closely collaborating with Platte River in pursuit of our 100% renewable energy by 2030 goal. As I'd mentioned back in April, I think it was, achieving that goal is not going to be something that Platte River does completely on their own, and it's not something that we at LPC will do on our own. It's really a collaborative effort. So we will be doing some pieces, and we'll be coming back to you to talk to you about that. But tonight, Platte River is mostly going to focus on the things that they are doing in pursuit of that goal. So they have a lot to say, so I'm not going to talk too much more. Happy to introduce Jason Frisbee, CEO of Platte River Power Authority.
Thanks, Daryl.
Good evening, Jason.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for having us back. We were here last fall talking about the IRP. Does this just forward? Yeah, so just kind of as a refresher, what's an IRP, Integrated Resource Plan? It's required of us because when Platte River was formed, you all and the other 3 owner communities transferred your hydro allocations to Platte River to manage. That was the first resource we actually had, was hydropower, and we still have it today, obviously. And Western Area Power, who administers that plan, requires us to do a 5-year IRP. But that's not really why we do it. I mean, we do it as a procedure in a process to plan. It helps us put our budgets together. But it really, when the board passed the resource diversification policy back in 2018, became prominent because when we were going to transition our resource plan and decarbonize it, it became important for us to really dig in and look at what technologies were available. And so I like to remind people it's a snapshot in time. It's going to constantly change and evolve, and it has to be adaptable as we move forward. But as we sit here today, Raj is going to come up here shortly and talk to you about the results. We've done work for the last 18 months. Technological assessments, we look at consumer preferences, we look at regulatory mandates, because we have a lot of regulations that we have to follow. On the right side of the chart, just a good reminder, you're one of 4 owners of Platte River Power Authority. You guys started Platte River Power Authority. You're 26% owners of Platte River Power Authority, and so you can see the others 4 columns, obviously the largest at 47, Loveland at 23, and then Estes Park at 4%. Here's a timeline. This has been going on for 18 months. We've utilized 9 different consultants over that period of time. One of the things that the board was adamant about was to make sure that we had this really public, transparent, robust process. And so you could see that take place. There's a lot of members from the communications and marketing team here with me tonight that deserve a lot of the credit. They're in your communities, everything from chambers of commerce, talking listening sessions. We're hosting a listening session I'll talk about here in a little bit. We did a lot of pre-studies, load forecasting. So there's a lot of fancy terms, and Raj will get into the IRP, but at the end of the day, we're trying to project for the next 20 years how much load is going to be consumed by the four owner communities. And we're trying to figure out things like what's electric vehicle adoption going to be and what's building electrification adoption going to be, right? And one of the biggest variables right now in forecasting is weather. So we can joke about that or tell you how hard that is. Today was an excellent example of that. It was supposed to be 98 degrees today. It started getting sunny and hot. I look at my phone because I can see on my phone what's going on the system, 24 hours a day. And it looks like you would bet that, we're going to set a new system peak and all of a sudden some clouds roll in and it knocks 20% of the load off. And I've got people on the desk trying to figure out, are we buying next hour? Are we selling next hour? And so I say all that to say we're trying to figure that out for the next 20 years. And so we're transitioning our resources. We have intermittent resources. It's much more difficult than it used to be with dispatchable resources. Dispatchable meaning we can just turn knobs up and down. Now we're trying to integrate in wind resources and other dispatchable resources to firm those up. And so it's much more complex. We're moving into an organized market. There's a lot of different aspects of this that are very challenging. From a community engagement recap perspective, I talked about this a little bit, but there were 36 different events, 9 just in Longmont here. There was actually an open event here at the Longmont Museum that we had. Very good turnout for. We have a dedicated microsite, prpa.org. You go in there, you can click on the microsite. You can see everything associated with the IRP. You can submit questions, get answers. We've had a lot of good feedback from that. We have a dedicated email address that people can submit questions to if they don't feel comfortable doing it in public or showing up at a board meeting. And we've had a lot of public education and media. In fact, I'm in the middle of a 6 series of articles of kind of setting the record straight on what's really going on at Platte River, what's happened since the board passed the policy in 2018, how many renewables have we added, why are rates going up, what's the challenge with that, what's the challenge with maintaining reliability, how we arrived at the decisions that we've made. There's another article coming out next week on the cost of making the resource transition. And then the final one will line up with the IRP that we're going to take to our own board here in July. Raj is going to make a recommendation for the board's approval. With that, I will invite everybody here in the audience. We're going to have an open house final IRP report at there's a picture of it there, our engagement center on July 17th. I believe that's a Wednesday from 6 to 8. So it's kind of, think of it as our State of Platte River report to the community. We want to get that done before we actually ask our board to vote on that. Raj has a lot of information in detail. It's my pleasure to introduce him. He spoke before you before. He's very knowledgeable. We're lucky to have him at Platte River. He's your Chief Operating Officer, Innovation and Sustainable Resource Integration. He's going to take you through the IRP, and then we'll both be here to answer questions at the end. And if we can't get you an answer, we'll follow up, and I'll get a hold of somebody on my staff and make sure that you get answers to those questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Raj.
Jason is tall, so I have to get it back. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members, and everyone who is here to listen to the Integrated Resource Plan 2024 by Platte River. So Platte River Power Authority has been looking at the next 20 years, and we are leading the clean energy transition. And how are we doing this clean energy transition is mostly driven by adding renewable energy sources to our portfolio. At the same time, we are making sure the reliability, which is a public safety for electric utilities, is maintained. We're doing it in environmentally responsible as well as financially sustainable. And there's one other big pillar is being equity. We want to make sure that clean energy transition is also affordable by everyone. We are also monitoring what is happening in the industry. It could be the new technologies that are not available today, but could be available 10 years from now. How would they integrate? Like Jason said, this is a 20-year plan. We look for next 20 years, how do we serve our electric demand? It is a complicated problem that we solve, and looking at all the different variables and factors to solve for the 3 pillars of Platte River Power Authority. So I would like to start with the challenge. The IRP challenge that we had is We have about 431 megawatts of coal plants that is retiring, and we are replacing that with renewable energy resources. That is the problem that we are trying to solve. So if you look at the left side of this chart, there is one that says energy. In 2022, you can see that we were serving our energy from non-carbon resources, mostly thermal resources, coal, and to some extent gas units were serving our load. And then that is energy. Energy is what is available. When you turn on your switch, you get electricity, that's energy. On the right side of that left chart, the second bar, which talks about the capacity. Capacity is one thing that we don't see. People don't see it. It is the capacity, the electrons that are produced by generators and renewable resources that are available. That is capacity. That's what we look at. And what we are trying to do is to replace the 431 megawatt coal plant with 2 million megawatt hours energy and equivalent capacity with renewable resources. We're trying to replace with wind, we're replacing with solar, we're looking at battery storage, and we are looking at virtual power plant. I'll talk about these different type of resources that we are going to integrate into our plan shows the integration into the resource plan. So I also want to touch on the energy versus capacity in resource planning. Like I said, I think most people understand energy production, what we are consuming. You get electric bill. It talks about kilowatt hour. It is what you use. And energy planning is where we can really make an impact on emissions. When we talk about carbon emissions, energy is the one where we make the biggest impact. When we talk about capacity, it is a different game because we are looking at maintaining sufficient generation to serve our electric demand at all times. We can't pick and choose when to serve. We have to be available 24/7 all day, all times. So, and on top of that, being a utility, there are certain rules and regulations that we have to follow. And one of the regulation or requirement is what's called planning reserve margin, PRM. What it looks as a good utility practice, you have to carry enough capacity on top of your peak load. And when we talk about peak load, it is the day when you have the highest electric demand, the hour that you have the highest demand for electricity. And that is referred as peak load. And we have to carry more reserves than the peak load so that the electric system, the utility, is able to manage. And then wind and solar, as you know, we don't control it. It's the weather, it's an intermittent resource. When it's windy, not too much wind. When wind is blowing, you get wind energy. When there is sun, you get solar energy. You can't really control when you need it. But when it comes to battery energy storage, it gives us the flexibility to store energy during the time when you have excess of wind and solar and shift it when we don't have it. But the challenge with energy storage, it's got a limitation on the number of hours you can discharge the battery. It's a battery, and you can charge it, and then you can discharge it. But there are other type of resources like a virtual power plant. And this is where the communities have to work together, all the owner communities of Platte River and the distributed energy resource assets, how they will be integrated into the resource plan is something that I'll talk about. And then finally, the thermal resources. Thermal resources are something that are available all the time. They're dispatchable. And that is why that is also a component in this integrated resource plan that I'd be presenting. A resource can be built for a capacity value and still not generate any energy. It sounds, why would we have capacity when we don't need for energy? It is the good utility practices, the reserve margins that I talked about, though, and other things that I'll talk, you will see why we need capacity in the system to manage the reliability of the grid. So going back to the IRP process, like Jason said, we did a lot of studies. We started with external studies. You can see on the left side, we looked at the power flows, we looked at the price forecast, we looked at how much reserves should we carry. I keep going back to this concept of reserves. The resource mix in future is going to have a lot more wind and solar. which is intermittent in nature, which is not going to be available all the time. How much more excess do you have to carry so that you can maintain the reliability of the system? We engaged an external consultant to look at other states, other independent system operators, and recommend what should we carry, how much we should carry. So based on our resource mix, they recommended that we carry 19.6% of reserve margins to manage all the wind and solar energy that we are trying to bring into the portfolio. And then we also looked at the resource costs. The resource costs are, one source was Platte River started the whole process with all renewable RFP. We wanted renewable resources in our portfolio. We looked at the costs that we received from all the renewable resources, solar, wind, and that was our first step. We actually we forced the system to only take renewable resources. That was our starting point. And then we looked at EPRI, which is Electric Power Research Institute. We also looked at NREL, which does the forecast of what the future costs of the solar and wind would be. We considered all that. And then the other piece is, the big piece, which is related to the communities and the customers, is distributed energy resources. At the core of distributed energy resources is building electrification that will happen, looking at electric vehicles that are going to come. So when we started this integrated resource plan, one of the big things that we wanted to understand is how many electric vehicles will be coming into the system. There are two problems. One is we need to forecast so that we can serve the electric vehicle demand. We also wanted to make sure to understand the different patterns of electric vehicles, when they're going to charge their cars, when they're going to discharge, and can that be a source of future energy? So we looked at all those items, and then we looked, and the link to the IRP is the load forecast. What are the new load shapes that we would expect with electrification, electric vehicle demand, and the distributed generation that we had to put in our electric resource plan? And the load forecast came out of that. We had a base forecast, a high forecast, and a low forecast. This is where we cannot forecast 20 years from now what would be the electric demand. We wanted to do some sensitivities. We wanted to see what is a normal adoption of all electric vehicles, looking at new resources. All that was considered, so we had 3 different levels of forecast. We also looked at what is the peak demand. Jason talked about today is a hot day. We were expecting to have a peak day, but didn't happen. So we had to consider that as well. We looked at the peak demand, how much is the maximum we would need, and how much is the average energy that we would need throughout the year. So those were the parameters that were taken in, were put into a model called Plexus. A Plexus is a security-constrained unit commitment and economic dispatch model. I will not go in detail what that means, but the idea is it looks for all these different variables, inputs that feed in the model, and it considers thousands of variables and runs over a day to weeks to come out with results, because it's looking for 20 years, looking at every hour and developing a model. And what the result comes out of that Plexus model is a portfolio. And the portfolio, what I refer to is, it looks at when a new resource should be added, how much should we be added, and what technology that new resource should be. All of that's an output of Plexus model. And the objective of these portfolios is to lowest cost of carbon. When we are modeling, we are making sure that the IRP recommends lowest cost of carbon. Like, that is one of the parameters. It's the lowest cost as well as low carbon. And then we also make sure it meets the reserve margins. As I said, we were trying to get 19.6%. We were making sure that it adds about 19.6% of excess capacity to manage the grid. And then we take the results of the portfolio and run it through what's called reliability testing. And the reliability testing, each portfolio is tested for dark COM. A dark COM is something which you can consider when there is no sun and it's dark, and when there is no wind, it's calm. And if there's a week when it's dark calm, you don't have enough energy, then we have an issue to supply our customers. So that was one of the conditions that we made sure that it passes. Another reliability test was extreme weather. When it is extremely cold, what is the deliverability of solar energy, how much wind will be there. We looked at all those parameters and identified, can our portfolio sustain an extreme weather situation? And then we also looked at different wind and solar profiles. That is also important because we are trying to create a portfolio that is balance of all type of resources. We don't want just one type of resource. We want wind, we want solar, we want storage, we want VPP, and thermal capacity to maintain the reliability. We looked at different profiles, tested it out. And then when we ran it, and if it passes that test, we save it. And then we do this iterative process till we pick the right portfolios that we would like to go to the next step. So we went and we did about 5 portfolios, which I'll talk about in my next slide. And then after this IRP process, we are going to be using this to submit our integrated resource plan to WAPA, which is by law required us to submit our integrated resource plan so that they can make sure that we have enough capacity and energy to serve our load, and they are the ones who do the hydro allocation. So electric IRP planning, I talked about electric demand. It includes, we looked at electrification, we looked at electric vehicles, we looked at the capabilities of a virtual power plant, how much of that can be brought into the integrated resource plan. We looked at distributed energy resources, and there are emerging technologies like long duration energy storage. When will they be commercially available is a big question. A long duration energy storage is something that you can store energy and can discharge over 100 hours. What is commercially available in the market right now is anywhere between 4 to 6 hours of discharge. You charge it and then it discharges over 4 hours, and then you have to charge it again to do it again. But long duration storage will give that 100 hours. What it really tries to solve the problem of is dark calm. You need it over more than a day to serve our load. And then we also are looking at green hydrogen. And again, I want to make sure green is the hydrogen. Hydrogen produced by green, which means solar and wind, renewable energy resources are used to produce hydrogen. That's what we refer as green hydrogen. We looked at the market. We looked at all the studies done by all the research institutes. Hydrogen will be a viable source by 2035. It's not available right now. It's cost prohibitive, it's expensive. There's a lot of work happening in this area. We are working with research institutes. We are working with some of the developers who are very interested to develop electrolyzers and produce hydrogen. So we are working with them. We have asked them, when can we expect hydrogen available? So 2035 is the timeline that we hear. And then we will be part of SPP, RTO West, which will provide, which we call it as a market, but it is actually an independent system operator or a regional transmission operator. And then it will help us for renewable integration in the wide footprint that it will be part of. And that would be something that we considered into our integrated resource plan. And then coming to costs. The solar, I have few slides on the costs, but it is very important to understand that the cost that you are seeing, like Jason said, we started this process 18 months ago. When we started the studies, the costs were expected to be somewhere between $26 to $38 per megawatt hour, depending when we will integrate. And wind was going to be somewhere around $30 to $34 per megawatt hour, based on when we were going to integrate that resource into the portfolio. And there is other aspects, which is the dispatchable costs, 4-hour storage. And again, you see that as dollar per kilowatt month and not as a dollar per megawatt hour. And the reason is battery in itself does not produce energy. You have to store energy and then discharge energy out of it. So it is always referred as capacity, and that value that you see is dollars to bring in per month. How much would you pay for a battery? That's how you refer it. And then you obviously have the long duration energy, similar concept, but it is not proven, and we are seeing the cost to be around $2.5 million per megawatt. And for, I think the next one is a thermal capacity is about $1.5 million per megawatt. So these were some of the basic input assumptions that we took into the IRP plan. And then the first major is the electric demand. I want to say that electric demand is not growing as much. We are expecting a year-over-year growth of about 0.5% for energy, and we are expecting a peak load growth year-over-year by 0.8%. And these are the assumptions that we have considered for all the cities that we serve, and Longmont load is expected to grow around the same expected growth rate that we assumed in our modeling. In the left side is, again, the peak load, and the right side is energy. It's the load, peak load you would see by 2030. We're kind of 700 megawatts, and then we have energy also growing in that rate. That's what we're looking at. So the next one is the distributed energy resources. This is one area I want to thank Dave, Daryl, Susan, Hannah from Longmont. They are working really, really hard and working with us on distributed energy resources because they are at the core that will help us to fulfill our integrated resource plan. Again, this resource plan cannot be done without the city's staff support. It is at the core of what we are trying to do, specifically on distributed energy resources. So when we look at the modeled in load forecast, we have modeled energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is all about saving energy and saving money. But when you talk about electrification, is actually shifting fuel from fossil fuel to something electrifying your house. That will also help to increase the demand, but allows you access to renewable resources that we are bringing in. So overall, it does impact in reducing carbon for the cities. And on the right side is the flexible distributed energy resources, which is part of a virtual power plant. Again, virtual power plant is distributed assets, which are distributed generation, demand response, and distributed energy storage. I'll talk about the distributed energy storage that we are working with Longmont staff, and the demand response is at the core where residents and the customers, based on their behavior, can impact how much electric demand we need. And distributed generation will be on-site, non-carbon generation that will also help towards the clean energy plan. And to help with all this, we already have Efficiency Works, and distributed energy solutions is at the core. They will continue to help with energy efficiency programs, helping with building electrification, looking at income qualified programs so that they can also help us with the clean energy transition, electric vehicle education, training, and then looking at battery storage. And commercial demand response and the residential demand response is also a part of this virtual power plant that we are trying to build with the support and help from Longmont staff. Now switching gears to the renewable costs. When we started looking at renewable energy in 2018, when our first IRP was done in 2020, you can see that the way the costs are moving up. It was pre-COVID. We were expecting prices to be somewhere around $20 to $26 per megawatt hour for wind. But what we are seeing now is the prices are 75% higher than where we started. So we are seeing the prices to be around $37 per megawatt hour for wind. And this is a big issue. It's not just our utility on Longmont. Everyone is dealing with this. Everyone is looking to integrate wind, and they are dealing with this. And we have incorporated these high prices in our resource planning. And on the right side is what we call an important concept is effective load carrying capability. This is a concept where if you add too much wind, you do not get a capacity credit for 1-to-1. If you add 1 megawatt of capacity in 2024, you get about 18% of that. By 2030, that drops to 7%. And you can ask why it's the wind energy, why is the capacity dropping? The reason it drops is because as you add more wind resources, the peak load contribution by that resource reduces, and the peak load shifts. And as a result, there are studies done by the utilities to make sure that the wind resource that is added is still able to provide contribution during the peak load. That's what the benchmark is. And then we are also looking at solar, same story. The solar costs are going up, 60% more than where we were expecting when we did the IRP 2020. And what is driving all this? Supply chain issues, tariff, COVID. There was a great support from the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, but that didn't really reduce the prices, but made sure the prices stayed at that level of $30, $30 to $35. And now actually we are seeing with the new tariffs coming in, which will not allow imported solar panels, we're expecting those prices to go to $45 per megawatt hour. So the costs are going up by 60% for solar. And we are modeling all these costs in our IRP, and we are looking at what does it do from a capacity standpoint. Same story, as you add more solar, you will get less capacity value. You start at 18%, you start at 55%, and because sun is available during the day, when the peak demand's there, you get 55%, but you add more of solar energy, then it is not contributing to the peak load, and that drops to 10% by 2030. This is a problem that you see in California right now, where they have added lots of solar energy and lot of residential solar, where you see this impact. They actually don't even get any credit from solar because middle of the day, they actually have more solar energy than they can consume. And as a result of that, prices are negative during the middle of the day because there is not as much electric demand. As a result of all this, we are modeling, would this be the right time for an electric vehicle to charge in the middle of the day, which is very counterintuitive. If you think why, when everything is, people are working, and why should be the demand less? But if you add more of one type of resource, you will start seeing this kind of impacts in the portfolio. And we modeled all this to make sure our plan is reliable and sustainable. Energy storage, again, energy storage is one area where we are seeing some price stability. We are seeing when we did the IRP 20, we saw the prices to be around $11 to $10 per kilowatt month. In the IRP 24, we are looking at prices between $12 per kilowatt month to $10 per kilowatt month. Again, storage gets higher ELCC, which means that when you start in 2024, if we add storage, you get about 90%, and by 2030, that drops to about 50%. Again, you add more of one resource, you get less capacity value. You still get energy, but not capacity. And that is the problem that we are trying to solve. So in the past, whenever we look at solving an IRP, we look at system reliability. The system reliability had only two components. For a reliable system, we had to have resource adequacy and transmission security. If you had a robust transmission system and if you had enough capacity, we would call it we have a reliable system. But as we are adding more wind, solar, storage, which are all referred as inverter-based resources, that creates a new requirement in the electric grid, and that is called essential reliability service. We need to have resource adequacy. We need to have transmission security. On top of it, we need essential reliability services to maintain the grid. So we had to model reliability and essential reliability services to make sure that our IRP, the portfolio that I'll be recommending, supports all this. So whenever we look at capacity, it is important to understand it is not just energy and capacity, there's also additional value from essential reliability services so that we can maintain the right resource mix, the optimal resource mix, and make sure that all the inverter-based resources, the renewable resources, are getting into the system and supporting the grid. So I don't know how many of you know, when you turn on the switch, you were expecting the lights to turn on. But behind the scene, from just not energy and capacity, there are so many other things that are happening. From a millisecond level, where is what we call as inertial response. Anywhere within milliseconds to seconds, we have to consider primary frequency. We want to make sure that there is enough capacity. And then we look at what is called as, we want to make sure that if a unit is turned off or turned on, there's enough inertia in the system. Those are the things which we never talk about, but we had to consider this because we are changing the resource mix. We're going from thermal to more renewable resources. And the other type is operating reserves. These are something that looks from anything from seconds to hours. So these are different services that have been happening in the past, but that there was no visibility for those things. It was always there. We got it for free. But since now we are changing the resource type, we have to make sure that we have enough frequency response, we have enough operating reserves. And the other type is the voltage support and black start. These can be anywhere from milliseconds to hours. They are all different services that are needed. So far, we talked about energy, we talked about capacity, we talked about essential reliability services, we talked about electric demand and the costs that are going up. So those are the basic blocks to start our integrated resource plan. With the first one is the virtual power plant. We are looking at dispatchable capacity. Again, this is something that Longmont Utility is leading this effort. They are taking a look at the distribution system. They're collaborating with Platte River staff to help us with understanding what type of distributed energy resources are going to come, what distributed energy resource systems are going to come, because it is very important in future to have that collaboration, because we are looking at resources that are not controlled by us, they're controlled by God. They're available when wind and sun is there. So having that proper coordination so that we have enough capacity and energy to serve the load becomes very, very critical. We are making sure that all the systems will be in place so that they can provide, all the distribution systems are in place by the cities, and they can provide information out of those systems for us to consume and manage so that we can maintain the reliability of the system. And the ask here for the customers, the core customers, is to enroll in programs to participate in VPP, participate in being a good citizen of a green grid. What I mean by that is if you have an EV, if you have a residential solar, you have thermostat, if you participate and you participate in programs, that helps us to manage the flexible load that we need for this clean energy transition. And the other piece that we had is the hydro capacity. This was a great resource. I talked about WAPA, which is the Western Power Administrator, which provides hydro. And that hydro allocation, unfortunately, keeps going down. It has reduced considerably. And last year, 2023, it was a great year. We got a lot more than we were expecting. But in future, we are not expecting more than 70 megawatts of hydro capacity in the system. It is, they are asking us to solve this problem by ourselves. That allocation, lower allocation is also we are looking at how much more energy resources should we bring in the portfolio. And then we talk about thermal capacity. This is the last piece of what I call a balanced portfolio. A balanced portfolio, we are replacing coal with wind and solar. We are looking at dispatchable resources that will firm up our wind and solar energy. The firming of wind and solar is going to come from dispatchable capacity. We talked about virtual power plant, what customers can do and help us in the firming up of solar and wind. We talked about energy storage, where we can store and discharge, how that will help to the resource. And the third piece is the thermal capacity, which will also help accelerating wind and solar integration. And I talked about essential reliability services, ancillary services. A thermal capacity can support with those type of ancillary services. Long run, that will be a big resource that will be able to support the system reliability. And thermal capacity it's been proven. It's been there for a long time. It's a proven technology. We know their capabilities. We know how they perform in extremely cold weather, extremely hot. We know how they perform. That is the information we look for. And then it also, having resource diversity is a key point. Like I said, you cannot have one type of resource to solve all your problems. You want to look at solar, wind, and other type of resource so that you have a diversity. It's like your portfolio where you want to not put everything in one stock, but you diversify your portfolio. That's how we look at these things. And then obviously it has higher capacity value. And the reason why it has higher capacity value is because you can control when to turn on and turn it off. That is what it provides. And lastly, we have looked at thermal capacity that is going to be capable of running green hydrogen, making sure that it can run dual fuel, and we are making sure that can it run on renewable natural gas. So a resource that has some optionality in the future as well. So we are, as part of this, we're looking at if there is a possibility of a pilot to look at producing hydrogen and doing a blend and see how this asset will perform. So the idea of this integrated resource plan is to develop a balanced resource mix. So the 5 portfolios that we selected for integrated resource plan, one is no new carbon. So we are adding no new thermal resources, and that is one end. And then we looked at another portfolio where we are adding additional new carbon. So those are the bookends. In the middle, we have minimal new carbon, a carbon imposed cost, and an optimal new carbon. So as you would expect, the costs for no new carbon is really high. The cost for that is about net present value for 20 years, which adds no thermal resource, is $5.3 billion. So I'll do what I refer to as Frisbee math. If I were to say that convert, what does that mean to Longmont if we were to do no new carbon? That would come somewhere around $1.3 billion. That's the cost of no new carbon. And then if you look at other portfolios, you see a lot of convergence in costs, but those costs are, the optimal new carbon is around 700 million. That is what the gap. So for almost 50% less in terms of cost, you are achieving marginal improvement of a no new carbon. And what I mean by marginal improvement, if you look at the no new carbon line, the carbon reduction in 2030 is 126,000 carbon tons, and in 2035, it is 104,000 carbon ton reduction. But if you look at optimal new carbon, yes, it is higher. It's 241,000 carbon ton reduction, but by 2035, it does get to 74,000 carbon ton reduction. So what optimal new carbon does, it has an optionality to look for resources that come in future in terms of hydrogen. That is what can reduce carbon. If you go with a no new carbon right now, we want to solve all the problems in that. There is no optionality. If there is a change in hydrogen coming in, we cannot bring in because we have already integrated all energy storage in the portfolio. So what it means is in our no new carbon, there is no thermal resource. If there is no thermal resource, we're replacing everything with energy storage to maintain the reliability. The portfolio has a lot of energy storage. And our optimal new carbon has 200 megawatts of thermal resource, and it has about 123 megawatts of distributed storage, and it has got a balance of long duration energy storage. It looks at all these different components to make up that portfolio. It has the optionality to integrate future innovations. So what you see is a comparative carbon emission reduction as percentage versus 2005 levels. The annual percentage reduction of 2005 level is what was expected as part of the Clean Energy Plan by the Colorado State. We will be able to meet all of that in all portfolios. Even with our optimal new carbon, we will achieve that goal. by 2030, we are looking at more than 90% carbon reduction in all portfolios. Again, carbon reduction, this is not renewable energy serving our load. We will achieve carbon reduction with our optimal new carbon. We will also be able to achieve our renewable goals that we have at the optimal cost rather than paying really high prices. So the recommended portfolio is the optimal optimal carbon. So it is consistent with RDP goals. It maintains the optionality like I was talking about, and then looks at equitable across all citizens. That's the key piece. All the coal is being retired by 2029, and we are bringing in solar and wind. If you see, we are almost, in the next 20 years, we're bringing in about 600 megawatts of solar. We are adding about 885 megawatts of wind. We are adding 275 megawatts of storage. We are looking at long duration energy storage, solar distributed energy resources, storage distributed energy resource megawatts. These are all the portfolios, all the different asset classes that will be added in this optimal new carbon portfolio. And then finally, what you look at is a thermal, and it is colored orange. The idea by it is colored orange is as we are bringing in and as we see innovation and as we will be successful with our pilots on hydrogen, we are hoping to integrate that as a fuel source for our thermal resource, and that will also be a blend of hydrogen and gas to help us to maintain the reliability and still achieve our carbon-free goal. And that is 200 megawatts of resource that we'll be adding. So what is all this going to cost us? On a high level, 2018, you saw our resource mix. We were mostly, obviously non-carbon. We had about 64%. By 2030, that drops to 8.7%, and 85% of our load will be served by renewable resources. That is what the portfolio does. Coal is retired, and we are seeing the thermal resource capacity will be less than 10%. Again, it is like an insurance policy, maintains the reliability, provides essential reliability services, provides ancillary services to maintain the grid stability. And then the projected impact of doing this is the current projections are about 6.3% increase from 2025 to 2029, 5.3% 2030 to 2031, and again getting to 2.1% after 2032, mostly inflation at that point. Cumulative to do this transition with optimal plan is about 60% increase over the next 9 years. That is what we're looking, next 10 years, I'm sorry. Next 10 years, that's the cost it would take to do this transition. These projections were much different in May. When we came here, we talked about, we were expecting 5%. We were expecting not having issues with supply chain, not having issues with EPC, not having issues with tariffs, all of that, and the demand for electric renewable from all the utilities and all the cities that has put a tremendous pressure on the renewable PPAs as well. And those are some of the factors that's driving these high prices. And what a project that, again, thanks to Longmont staff, they are leading the effort. We're working really hard to put in our distributed energy storage project. The idea with the distributed energy storage project, it will be at your community. You will be managing it to maintain the distribution reliability. Platte River can manage the bulk system reliability. It will also help with resource adequacy, and the market benefits can be also transferred to Longmont and other cities. So we are looking at Harvard Substation as a location and Meadow Substation as another location. This process we started this in 2022. We're in process of final vendor selections. We're doing development discussions, and we're hoping the construction will be next year, and 2026 we could expect a distributed storage at Longmont. And thank you to everyone. So, Dave, Daryl, everyone have been really helping with this project. Again, with all that, I thought it would be very interesting to take you to a day or a couple of months in 2030. If I were to time travel, this is how it would look like. If you look at January, and what you are seeing is that 24 hours. Everything you are seeing in green is wind energy. On a winter day, you would expect a lot of wind energy to be available. And what you see is most of the day, you are able to serve your load. And the load is the black line that you see. And the dotted is if you were to consider the community, the customer behavior, all of that. So black solid line and the dotted line is what the electric demand we have. In a winter day, everything is good, but when it comes in the evening, what you would see that you would start losing some of the wind energy, and in that situation, you would have to rely on other resources to serve. Fast forward to March, where typically you would see a lot of outage season. Again, most of the day you have wind and solar serving your load, but at the end of the day, in the evening, you start seeing wind dropping and you see there is no solar energy. And I don't know if I can point it, but I'm talking about the middle figure where you see the white gap. That's the problems that we are trying to solve. There is not enough wind and solar to serve those gaps. And you go forward, and if you think of, again, this is something in summer, most of the day you have your wind resources, you have a lot more solar energy coming up in the middle of the day, and then you suddenly see a drop in the solar energy, and that is another problem that you try to solve with your resources. And with any plan, because the plans are always good when we model, when it comes to reality, there are things that don't happen exactly the way we want to happen. We are obviously expecting execution risk. Can we acquire all the renewable resources? Because I talked about 600 megawatts of wind, 600 megawatts of solar. That is a risk when we are working with many vendors, many developers to mitigate some of that risk. But there is always a demand in the market for these type of resources that we have to work with. And then we are also looking at tariff and supply chain issues. That has been a big problem, and the cost of wind and solar energy keeps going up. Integration risk when it comes to VPP, the staff is working really hard just to get 50,000 customers work together, put it in a system, participate in all our programs, and respond to our signal for 30 megawatts is going to be challenging. It's unknown. We've never done this before. This is the first time we are doing it. So there's a lot of implementation and integration processes that we have to look through as we go. And then finally, how much is that flexible? A customer will sign up a program, but the customer is going to perform. And how do we use advanced technologies with AI, ML, and see what are the customer behaviors? Those are some of unknown things for us. But as we are going to implement these resource plans and execute them, we will learn a lot more. And then finally, the market risk. As we are adding renewable resources, everyone is adding. Tri-State is adding, Excel Energy is adding. They're all adding resources. When you have too much of supply, what you would expect are the prices to be really low. When you're long and the prices are low, it's not good for you. And there is a possibility that they might even curtail us. And they meaning the independent system operator who is responsible to maintain the stability of the grid will curtail resources if they have too much of that type of resource and the demand's not there. And then congestion is another issue that we have to deal in the future markets. So this is my last slide. Next step, we are finalizing the IRP document. Like Jason said, we will be having our final engagement meeting on 17th, where we present the detailed results, and then we'll take the board to the board by end of July. And then we will file it with WAPA, the Western Area Power Administration. And the next steps is we'll start working on executing our plan and then start back on 2028 IRP. It's an iterative process. Our hope is we continue to add wind and solar energy. We continue to monitor for new emerging technologies. We'll continue to put that in and see what the final impact is to the portfolio. And then that's kind of the overall summary. Last 18 months, we were working on this. It's a complicated model that we were trying to solve.
Now you need a break.
That definitely was a lot. Are there any questions from counselors? I lost Counselor Martin's video, so I don't know if she has her hand up. Can you hear me, Counselor Martin?
Yes, I think maybe Dallas was censoring my cat who decided to get in front of my face just then. But I don't have a question.
Okay.
I do want to ask for maybe a restatement of incremental capacity, diminishing returns there, because we're aware of the phenomenon data-wise, but it is a little bit counterintuitive when you see it happening.
So Counselor Martin, because you didn't have your hand up, that was my question, and Counselor McCoy did have his light on, I'm going to go ahead and call on him, and I'll come back to you. Is that all right with you? Counselor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Thank you for your presentation. It was very enlightening, but I had just something for clarification for the general public so they understand. When you're talking about virtual power plants, it's kind of like, if I'm understanding right, you're pulling from folks who have solar on their homes and stuff like that. Is that what we're doing? Or?
So the easy way to think of a virtual power plant is a home that has thermostat, has got some capability of doing demand response, residential rooftop solar, and other DER assets, including electric vehicles. Getting all this into a program that can be controlled by, with permission from Longmont, how much is that available, so that instead of going to the market and buying at a high prices, we can rely on our local supply of this and make sure that we optimally balance the grid.
That was my only comment. It wasn't, it just wanted to make sure that people understood what that meant.
Yeah, again, distributed energy resource, residential solar. If you've seen my slide, I specifically, we modeled residential solar, residential storage. Again, I use the word distributed solar and distributed storage, which includes the residential solar.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Two questions, one easy. You mentioned Longmont's participation in the program to have batteries at 2 substations. And is Longmont the only city that is doing that planning at this point, or are other cities also doing the same thing? And if so, where do they stand on the project?
Other cities are also doing this. We are looking at 5 megawatts at each of the 4 cities. We are all doing it together. We are all at the same stage. We're looking at 20 megawatts, 5 megawatts at each of the 4 cities. This allows us to kind of look at distributed energy storage, integration, and timeline. But again, once we start it, it's not going to happen at the same time. It would be sequenced. We have to decide on a few things, and then we'll sequence one after the other as these projects will be done.
That seems like a really large allocation for Estes Park compared to the ability of the city to swing its demand. How does that work?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. When we look at Estes Park, they recently had a couple of outages that they were actually blacked out because of that. The idea with storage is to locate at a location where it is critical load, hospitals and industrial facilities. 5 megawatts is not that high given if there is a situation when there is a blackout and critical loads need to be managed. So it's not going to do a backfeed, and we're not trying to, it is not going to be a microgrid. but mostly starting with the idea that the sizing of 5 megawatts was to match the critical load requirements in the event of a blackout.
So in the case of Estes Park, it's because they only have one substation, they have a single point of failure. It's not so much for demand management, it's just straight reliability.
Yep. Go ahead,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. So the other one is this matter of capacity and incremental capacity. Because although I just found the way it was stated kind of puzzling and counterintuitive. The way, if I add 50 kilowatts of solar capacity at my house, which it can't hold, but never mind. And my neighbor does the same thing, and my neighbor does the same thing. We have added 150 kilowatts of generation capability, but I guess the net incremental generating, effective generation diminishes as each increment of generation capability is added. Is that the way it works?
So if you think an effective load carrying capability is more a wholesale grid problem rather than at a residential, at a distribution level issue. What is happening at the wholesale level is as the balancing authority and the grid operator is trying to manage a peak load. Say the peak load comes at evening 4 p.m. And if we, actually let's pick 2 p.m. as the peak load when we were expecting. And if we add a lot, in your example, instead of kilowatts, let's assume we added 500 megawatts, we added 500 megawatts, we added 1,500 megawatts. So what has happened, it solved the 2 p.m. problem, but the peak load shifted to 4 p.m. because that's when sun solar energy is not available. That shifting from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. has created a new peak, which is not supported by solar, the 1,500 megawatts, because it's not available. That is how you would look at the value of solar in terms of capacity at the wholesale level.
I
You
see.
have
Thank
shifted
you.
the peak. Yep.
That helps very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, I have a very fast question. Can you go back about 3 slides?
Tell me where to stop.
Oops, too far.
Okay.
Oh, da-dum-dum-dum. It's actually the one with the grid on it where, and the cost. Try one more. I can't see it, but I saw that the amount of gas, the cost of gas, was actually going up in 2030, and I want to know if I read that correctly.
Are you talking about this grid?
No.
Okay. So can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
It looks like you mentioned that with hydro, it was going to be a mix of gas and hydro.
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen, right.
Right.
Why is that when we're trying to get off of gas? Is are we going to convert the turbines to hydro at some point?
So the aeroderivative turbines are going to be hydrogen capable from day one.
Okay.
They can burn hydrogen.
At what point are we going to have it complete hydrogen? It doesn't seem like that's a very big mix in the portfolio. And that's,
okay. I mean, so maybe this is the grid. So you see the 200 megawatts in orange color that's getting added by 2028. By 2035, we are hoping that hydrogen hubs, similar to gas hubs, will be created where we can buy hydrogen, and that hydrogen will be a new source of fuel to burn in our thermal resource. it is not available today. There are no
I
hydrogen.
understand that,
So
yeah.
the idea is by 2035, we are expecting, again, we meaning by the market research that we have done, 10 years from now is a fair amount of time for hydrogen market to evolve, and then the gas units will actually switch fuel to hydrogen. Again, switching fuel to hydrogen is one aspect. Hydrogen can be also blended with the gas, so it doesn't have to be 100% hydrogen. You can blend between hydrogen and natural gas to produce. So that's kind of how you would look at. So it's dual fuel capable. You can blend two type of resource fuel type to run the unit.
But do we have to blend it?
I mean, if it is not cost prohibitive and if it is available, we will take it hydrogen. I mean,
Okay, that's what I wanted to
That's
put a pin in.
Yeah, see, I would say one thing that is relevant to this conversation is, depending upon where you're at right now, I mean, the difference between gas and hydrogen is probably 700% increase in cost.
Right.
And so if you look at the whole portfolio and you say to yourself, with no blending at all, you're 90% carbon free, right? You're at that knee in the curve where you're trying to figure out, how can I make it economical to reduce that last 10% of carbon? And one of the ways is to start introducing hydrogen into the portfolio. Maybe it's a 20% blend, and you get 2% more carbon reduction at that. And then prices continue to fall, and all of a sudden you make it a 40% blend, so it's 60 gas and 40.
Okay.
And you get to 95%, so you kind of incrementally move your way there. Some of the ways that we're looking at it is, how can we make hydrogen more affordable? Maybe it's, and Rod's alluded to this, maybe it's that, I mean, we have land, we have water, we have wind, we have solar. Maybe we partner with somebody that has the ability to produce it on site, because storage is the difficult piece
Correct.
of the hydrogen equation. And in doing that, we get an advantageous price for what we need, right? Because we don't need a lot compared to the industry. And the rest of it gets moved somewhere else to help other people blend into their turbines and decarbonize as well. So not only are we just looking at our little Platte River bubble of decarbonization, but we're facilitating a larger level of decarbonization over a broader footprint while controlling our input costs. These are the types of things that we're working on to try to have a strategic advantage as we make this transition, because it's very expensive, and we're trying to look at every aspect we can to make it as reasonable as possible.
So thank you for that, Jason, especially the part that producing it on site, perhaps with another vendor, because I didn't understand that.
Okay.
So thank you. I appreciate that. Seeing no one else in the queue, I want to thank you very much for this presentation. As always, it's very interesting, but we always want more.
more is expensive.
I know it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we need to take a break. I need a break. So I'm going to say 5 minutes, but we always go over, so. And public invited to be heard is next, so please don't leave. We are back, and we're back at the point that most of you come, which is public invited to be heard. So remember that we need to have your name and address on the sign-up sheet, and you have 3 minutes. So the first person on our list is Robert Morris III. I like that you put the third after your name. It's good.
First, I want to thank Mayor Peck, council members for allowing me to speak today. I wanted to state that I had the pleasure of going to the Juneteenth celebration this last Saturday, and I don't want there to be any confusion. Anything that I say today is not in opposition to that. It is simply that I think that there may be some improvements to be made in the future, and I do appreciate the fact that we had that overall anyway. Just some background on me. I'm from Texas originally, so I do have kind of a direct link back to the original Juneteenth celebrations and that type of thing, and they were always a huge deal growing up where I'm from. The first thing that I thought that there could be opportunity for is discussing the historical aspect of Juneteenth. While there was a lot of focus on the present there wasn't a lot of educational opportunity. And I think that that's an opportunity for growth overall with the Juneteenth celebration. And it doesn't have to just focus on like the more somber aspects of slavery, but it can focus on traditional things like the consuming of red foods and red drinks and how that pertains to Juneteenth and that type of thing overall. And also, I think it's also important to lead into the celebration aspect of it as well. No matter who threw the Juneteenth celebration growing up, it was always not necessarily a party atmosphere, but we were there there was the clear consensus that we're here absolutely to celebrate something. And I think that was maybe a missing aspect. I did enjoy the live music there, as well as the DJ, but I think that maybe some focus on community participation in that could really help. But that's really all that I have. I appreciate you allowing me to take this time.
Thank you for those comments. Jamie Simo.
Jamie Simo, 517 Independence Drive. Mayor Peck and City Council members, I am here tonight as a member of Stand With Our St. Vrain Creek and a friend of Open Space to formally ask that you place a measure on the November 2024 ballot making Longmont's open space sales tax permanent. Before I get into the rest of my comments, I did want to respond to Councilor Martin's comments earlier. In response to her comments, Danielle Cassidy mentioned last meeting that Longmont has acquired 70% of the open space property it will purchase. It is my understanding that Longmont does not buy open space just to buy open space. Otherwise, we'd have a lot more of it. It must have some merit to being open space. Last meeting, you perpetuated a false narrative that buying land for open space means that somehow takes away buying land for housing. Land bought for open space is generally either bought to provide wildlife movement corridors, buffers between us and other communities, or to protect natural features. To put housing on such land would not make sense, especially given Longmont's comprehensive plan that calls for infill and density when most open space properties are on the periphery of the city. Going back to my prepared comments. Longmont's open space sales tax, which is only 2 cents on every $10 spent, is a tax that anyone who purchases goods in Longmont is already paying to support the acquisition, maintenance, and improvement of Longmont's open space properties and greenways. It is not a new tax, and we are not seeking a tax increase. While this tax doesn't sunset until 2034, putting this measure on the ballot this November during a presidential election year will ensure that more citizens will have the chance to vote on it, as presidential election years historically have a higher voter turnout than non-presidential election years. If the measure passes this year, this will allow Longmont's Parks and Natural Resources Department to conduct more long-range planning without worrying that funding could dry up in the future unless the tax is further extended. If the measure fails, this also allows for residents to try again to make the tax permanent in another 4 years. Stand With Our St. Vrain Creek has worked tirelessly to bring this measure before the community, and we've gotten a tremendously positive response. We currently have 1,013 signatures on our appeal. They are largely from Longmont residents, but include others who may live and work elsewhere, but who also use Longmont's trails and open spaces and spend money within our community. We've collected these signatures at a number of community events, including Earth Day, Pride Fest, and Juneteenth. We have also secured unanimous support from Longmont's Parks and Recreation, Sustainability, and Water Advisory Boards for putting the open space sales tax on the ballot this election season. Climate change is only going to make our region drier and hotter, more prone to extreme weather, drought, and forest fires. Having a permanent source of funds to react to these challenges is vital. In addition, having to campaign to continually extend the open space sales tax is not a good use of time or money. Now is the time to secure our open space program's future by making our open space sales tax permanent. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Kat Bradley?
Thank you, Mayor Peck and Council. Kat Bradley Bennett, 5914 Blue Mountain Circle, and I'm here tonight to endorse putting the open space sales tax on the November 5th ballot. Just as Boulder County's open space program is a jewel in the county, so is Longmont's open space program a jewel in this community. I'm a Boulder County native, and I have seen vast tracts of ecosystems disappear in this county to houses, apartment buildings, strip malls, shopping centers. But it's also here that I became an environmentalist and a bird watcher, and it is my core belief that we can't have a healthy community if we don't also have natural open areas to counteract. Urban parks are fine, but they're monocultures with some trees thrown in. We need open natural areas that support wildflowers, insects, birds, and wildlife. We're losing our prairie habitat in the West, but within Longmont's open space, we have prairie, we have high plains, we have lakes and rivers and riparian areas, and we even have mountain habitat up at Button Rock. I currently volunteer for open space, for Longmont Park's open space and trails, monitoring 4 raptor nests. These are osprey, Swainson's hawks, and 2 kestrel boxes. Those raptors rely entirely, exclusively on food that they get from open space areas, not from our backyards and bird feeders. So what are they eating? Prairie dogs, rabbits, mice, voles, fish, snakes, grasshoppers, just to name a few. Managing our open space areas can be challenging, and our staff need adequate time and resources to be able to take action if we have unforeseen circumstances, like Pichelle. Shortly after the Greenway Trail had been finished, we had the 2013 floods, and that did serious damage to a good portion of the trail between Pichelle and Sandstone. So city staff recognized that what happened in the wake of that flood was habitat change. And they jumped into action. They enlisted volunteers like me and Jamie Simo and some others to go out there and start doing bird surveys, which Jamie and I did for several years. And what they saw was, with these habitat changes, we had new sandbars that were attracting sandhill cranes and avocets. We had little ponds that had been created as offshoots of the St. Vrain that were attracting waterfowl. We had this beautiful riparian area that then expanded in some areas with raptors nesting in there and wild turkeys and wildlife like bobcats. Jamie and I saw some pretty amazing birds there that wouldn't have been there had that habitat not changed in the way it did, like sandhill cranes.
Thank you very much, Kat. Lance Whitaker. No, I'm sorry. You're on deck.
I'm on deck.
Karen Dyke.
Karen Dyke, 708 Hayden Court. Mayor and council members, it reached 125 degrees in Saudi Arabia last week. Hundreds of people died from the heat. India saw daytime temps in the 120s and nighttime temps only going to 90, and dozens died. People in China, Greece, and multiple countries suffered from the heat. In fact, 1,400 heat records were broken across 5 continents. Climate change is causing havoc around the globe. We witnessed climate change here, too. A flood in Longmont in 2013, a disastrous fire raging across Lafayette and Louisville. Forest fires, hail, and high winds are now seen as normal. The insurance industry knows that they aren't normal, and it is beginning to raise rates or sometimes cancel insurance. Air pollution plagues us here also, as ozone is formed and combines with other pollutants, making it difficult for those with health conditions to even go outdoors, as we see air quality alerts alongside heat alerts. Many folks try not to run AC at night to decrease their bills, but now the nighttime lows aren't that low. Low-income families who can't afford air conditioning may be working outside in the heat, but they can't get respite from the heat, putting them at increased health risk. On Sunday, the sun was shining and the high was in the 90s. PRPA generated 1 gigawatt of electricity at one time. 600 megawatts of that was for the 4 cities. The rest was to sell to the grid for elsewhere. They achieved this by cranking up the gas and burning coal full force. Very little was wind, and a minuscule amount was solar. What are we doing? This isn't sustainable. It is time for Longmont to become part of the solution. We need to make sure that PRPA doesn't build another fossil fuel plant. We also need to work rapidly to ensure that those in our community who have few resources have adequate respite from the heat. The late Jim Butler once told me that stopping climate change requires the same actions needed by Thelma and Louise to prevent running off the cliff. Take your foot off the gas, apply the brakes, and steer to correct the course. So stop drilling, stop burning, and start mitigating the damage. We must do this now. Later is too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Lance Whitaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Lance Whitaker. I've lived in Longmont for 44 years. As you all know, today is Catfish Day. It is also National Strawberry Parfait Day and National Leon Day, also known as halfway between Christmas. Leon is Noel spelled backwards. I hope everybody got out to vote today, and I would like to say that a lot of our future energy needs could be used and utilized in geothermal energy. A lot of the storage and capacity is just beneath our feet. So instead of not drilling, we should be starting to drill, and we should be starting to drill for geothermal energy. A lot of cities are looking into this geothermal, and the numbers are great. They're better than hydrogen. Hydrogen takes a lot of energy to make. Hydrogen also takes a lot of water to make. And we're going to need that fresh water as temperatures, as you heard, in India going up as high as 135 degrees Celsius. So water's going to be a commodity that we really can't waste a lot of money on, producing hydrogen with. And storage of hydrogen is not the greatest of things. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Lance. Ron Stewart.
Mayor Peck and members of the council, I'm Ron Stewart. I live at 203 Western Sky Circle, and I'm here tonight to support the permanent sales tax extension. I think you should do it this year. I think there's a real advantage of putting an issue on the ballot that isn't a tax increase, rather it's a tax continuation. Whenever I think about Longmont's open space program, I also like to think about the fact that it was initiated by the voters. It was the people themselves that went out and decided we should have an open space program. And I think we have to really remember that and think a lot about that. And I support giving those voters again another chance so that they can weigh in now on whether they'd like to make this permanent. I personally believe that open space is increasingly popular here because we're seeing significant growth and redevelopment throughout the city, and people look at open space as something of a balance to all of that. I also believe the popularity is because Longmont has a really great open space program. It focuses on preserving wildlife habitat, preserving agriculture, having urban buffers and passive recreation. To me, that's a great combination, and it spells public support. I also believe there's support for maintaining the land that has been acquired, for building and maintaining more trails, for doing environmental restoration, and for preserving additional parcels that may become available. I'd say you probably bought most of what you're going to buy forever in this program, but I think it'd be wrong to say we're not going to have any acquisition in the future, because there may be that key parcel for wildlife habitat. There may be a key farm that the city will want to look at. And after all, it's the city council that has to vote whether or not to buy that land. It's not like the staff just goes and buys it themselves. So you're in the driver's seat, you and future councils. I also believe that support for the whole idea of open space is substantial. And I was surprised because I looked today at last year's Boulder County Issue 1A, which was a similar extension of an open space sales tax. And 72% of Longmonters voted for the extension of that tax. Every single precinct in Longmont voted for the extension of that tax. About 25,000 people voted yes. About 9,500 people voted no. Now, to me, that's significant, 72%. So a permanent extension of Longmont's open space tax, to me, provides assurance that open space will be well maintained in the future, that we can have more trails, that we can have environmental restoration. And it also means that open space will never have to look to other city revenues that are needed elsewhere. So thanks for what you did tonight, and I'll be back in July.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ron. Gordon Pedro.
Mayor and Council, Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive, Longmont. Thank you for directing staff to put this item of open space tax extension on your July 23rd regular meeting. I'm an advocate for having this issue on this November 5th election. The open space program is designed to meet several important goals: wildlife habitat, agricultural preservation, community buffers, and neighborhood connectivity. As our city becomes more densely populated, successfully meeting these goals will allow Longmont to retain its high quality of life. On your agenda later tonight, you are scheduled to take an action on several farm leases. These leases are for city open space lands that are preserving agriculture while providing a buffer from nearby towns that are rapidly expanding towards our north and east boundaries. But item 12A on your agenda tonight is where the value of open space comes into clear focus. Item 12A pertains to proposed revisions to the city's Longmont Development Code that substantially change existing requirements for some developments in such areas as open space buffers, pocket parks, density bonuses, and parking space requirements. I believe residents are more likely to accept greater densities, fewer pocket parks, and reduced parking requirements if the city continues to have a robust open space program. Longmont residents greatly value the benefits the open space program provides, including trails that connect neighborhoods, greenways, agricultural preservation, and community buffers. All of these amenities require planning, development, maintenance, monitoring, and administration in perpetuity. Therefore, we need a perpetual revenue source to protect these valuable community assets. I'm requesting that you place this ballot issue on your November 5th election. Please let the voters decide this issue this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Nicole Eichmann?
Good evening, council and neighbors. My name is Nicole Eichmann Calwera. My address is before you. I'm a constituent of Ward 3. I'm here today to first express gratitude to Councilmember Yarborough for accepting the Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center's booth at Saturday's Juneteenth celebration. Even as an international, interfaith, multiracial group, it is not beyond us that we were in the sacred space of our Black neighbors in their joyful celebration of liberation. And so thank you for an incredible event and humbling opportunity to participate. Second, I wanted to share a brief informal qualitative report about our time in community on Saturday's Juneteenth event. So as you know, the Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center promotes liberation and anti-oppression through nonviolence and aims to demonstrate solidarity in causes that affect all of humanity, local and global. Our group included members of Longmont for Palestine, and at our Juneteenth table, we offered information on nuclear contamination sites along the Front Range to bring awareness to environmental racism and climate justice, a liberation library with books and zines that reflected the interconnections of Black and Palestinian struggles for freedom, both historically and presently. A kids' table with coloring pages and Juneteenth history books, bracelet making materials, stamped postcards to write our elected representatives to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, and other giveaways such as Juneteenth stickers, t-shirts and hats, velvet Palestinian poppies, folding fans and frozen otter pops, and various flyers to the upcoming events across the Front Range. I'd like to share with you that dozens of longtime and many new Longmont neighbors visited with us, and they were heartened by our show of solidarity and enthusiasm for collective liberation, despite facing a world of outrageous injustice. We learned we are not alone, that there are many of us here in Longmont full of grief and rage, our hearts bleeding for a free Congo, a free Sudan, a free Palestine, that we all dream for a better, just, loving, and peaceful world. We learned that our neighbors are equally, if not more, frustrated with electoral politics. Here we are on election day, including our city council, for failing the litmus test of our time for humanity when asked to simply stand for and with our constituents against genocide and state oppression and violence. We learned that a liberated Palestine is indeed a local issue, that genocide is a local issue. Not only do we have Palestinian neighbors living and working in Longmont, and not only are there many of your constituents deeply affected to the very core of our being, but many of us are unwillingly tied up in the war machine that feeds these catastrophes and enables genocide. We learned our neighbors feel inadvertently complicit in the name of survival by working for arms manufacturers in Littleton, Fort Collins, the technocrats who've created AI-powered surveillance tools in Boulder and Denver, and the semiconductor manufacturers in Longmont that support their usage for violence and war. Our neighbors fear these tools will inevitably be used, if not already, against us and other Colorado citizens when we speak out in protest. We learned that many of our neighbors recognize that justice for some is not justice for all, that neutrality only serves the oppressor and continued violence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole. Faraz Girar?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's me again, Faraz Girar.
Faraz, would you mind pulling that up higher, the microphone, so we can hear you in the back? And you can get closer to it.
Oh, is it good? Cool.
That's great.
All right. Hello again. It's me again, Faraz Girar, out off of North 75th Street here in Longmont, Colorado. And I just want to add on to the celebration of that diabetes-inducing strawberry shortcake parfait day. Thank you, Lance. Yesterday was unofficially, how do I put it? Julian Assange shall soon be free day, and let's make it a Julian Assange shall be free week. Yes, he's free. Thank God. He's going to go home. Yes, he had to take a plea deal just so our wonderful federal government can get their pound of blood. But alhamdulillah, yes, Julian Assange for a Nazi. He's an American hero, and hopefully he will have safe passage home to Australia. And I mention that because what he did was very brave to, expose the corruption of a wrongdoing of our, once again, wonderful federal government overseas and here. And I figure, shouldn't we take it upon ourselves as citizens to maybe kind of expose the unethical practices and actions of, say, our municipal government? Just kind of kidding. We're Longmont, not Boulder. Anyway, Councilmember Martin, to answer your question of what we could do with the space, it's in section 9 of the consent agenda, items 9F and 9G, to answer your question. Farmland, awesome. And then also, Councilmember Diane, well, I understand your reluctance to put the ballot initiative during a presidential year. Trust me, 4 years ago, it was, about 47 to 53 different initiatives and candidates combined. That said, I agree with Councilmember McCoy. I feel we have to put it on the ballot initiative now, just so we don't procrastinate on this issue, because if we fail to prepare, we're preparing to fail. So at least we bring it to our constituencies' attention, so that way down the line, maybe it will be permanent one day. Thank you.
Thank you for us. Seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close first call public invited to be heard. And we are now at the consent agenda, an introduction and reading by title of first reading ordinances. Don, would you mind reading the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, Mayor. The ordinances, the second reading and public hearing for all ordinances introduced tonight on this agenda will be held on July 9th, 2024. Item 9A is ordinance 2024-43, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2024. Item 9B is ordinance 2024-44, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 2.68 of the Longmont Municipal Code on updating the city liquor code and adding city approval of festival permits. Item 9C is ordinance 2024-45, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 6.65 of the Longmont Municipal Code on sexually oriented business regulation. Item 9D is ordinance 2024-46, a bill for an ordinance authorizing a farmland lease agreement between the City of Longmont and Sipe Farms LLC on the 66 open space property. 9E is ordinance 2024-47, a bill for an ordinance authorizing a farmland lease agreement between the City of Longmont and Sipe Farms LLC on the Hartman open space property. 9F is ordinance 2024-48, a bill for an ordinance authorizing a farmland lease agreement between the City of Longmont and Sipe Farms LLC on the Herner open space property. 9G is resolution 2024-39, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving a grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Local Affairs for the Longmont Peace Officers Behavioral Health Support and Community Partnerships Program for counseling services to first responders and their immediate families. And 9H is resolution 2024-40, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and St. Vrain Valley School District RE1J for wide area network 10G Next Light support.
Are there any counselors that want to pull anything off of this consent agenda? Counselor Christ.
I would like to pull D, E, and F, the farmland leases, please.
Can I have a motion to move the consent agenda minus the ones that Counselor Christ pulled?
I move that we move the consent agenda accepting items D, E, and F.
Second.
It's been moved by Counselor Christ to move the consent agenda minus the D, E, and F, and seconded by Counselor Susie Hidalgo-Faring. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Now we are at the ordinance on second agenda, on second reading. Ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. The first one is a public hearing and consideration of recommendations for 2024 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Program Action Plan, Affordable Housing Fund allocations, and Attainable Housing Fund allocations. Do we have a, yes, we do. Christy Wiseman?
Yep, Christy is here. So Molly O'Donnell, I just wanted to introduce Christy. She's going to be presenting for us tonight with support from us. So I'm going to turn off this mic and turn us on down here.
Okay.
Hello? Great. Can you tell it's my first presentation? Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Christy Wiseman. I'm the Housing Investment Manager. I started this role in early March, and I'm very pleased to be before you tonight presenting our annual action plan for our HUD funding, as well as our award recommendations for our locally funded Affordable Housing Fund. So just a brief overview of our federal funds that we get from HUD. So we're operating under an approved 5-year consolidated plan that goes from 2020 through the end of 24 for CDBG and home funds. And we have listed our approved priorities for these HUD funds, and they range from maintaining and producing affordable rental housing to homeownership opportunities to housing stabilization, investments for community health and welfare, as well as economic development. And our current consolidated plan runs through the end of this year. We are already working with our home consortium members, which is City of Boulder, Boulder County, and City of County of Broomfield, on the RFP process to procure a consultant for the next 5-year consolidated plan. So timeline reminder, we are here tonight as the public hearing for our annual action plan that we will submit to HUD pending your approval or any changes. So our CDBG and home program year is a calendar year. It's a little bit funky because we don't get our award from HUD until generally late spring, and then we have our action plan, and then we have the rest of the year technically starts a new plan year. Our action plan is due to HUD by August 16th, and we do submit that in conjunction with our home consortium members like the City of Boulder. And as I mentioned, this is our final year of our current 5-year consolidated plan. So our required public hearing is tonight. We also had previously published a 30-day public comment period that started on May 25th. To date, I have not received any public comments generated from that public comment period noticed in the Times call. And then just want to note that even though our timeline for the action plan is really driven by our federal HUD money requirements, we do pair our locally funded affordable and attainable housing fund project award recommendations with our federal funds, just to give it to you in one package altogether. So quick overview of our CDBG money available. We received $478,873 as our entitlement from HUD for 2024. This is a slight increase from last year. However, CDBG awards are trending downward over time, and this is our second lowest award since 1993. We're estimating a small amount in program income for this year, and then we have some carryover funds from previous years and some projects that are still in process. So our total CDBG budget for 2024 is $726,096. And you can see a chart of CDBG funding over time. Also wanted to mention home and home ARP. These are other federal sources. And we did award home and home ARP to projects last year. These awards have been decided. Just wanted to remind you of these projects and the fact that we will be actually writing the contracts this year. And we have the In-Between Wesley Townhomes project, and then Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, as well as St. Vrain Habitat duplex projects. So no new home money is available for this year. These were projects from last year. And our next home allocation will be in 2027. So with our funding application cycle, this was our second year utilizing the Neighborly software. We implemented this last year and still working out a few bugs this year, but overall have been happy with having a nice online platform for folks to submit applications. We accepted letters of interest with short project descriptions from March 18th to April 1st. And then we opened the full applications throughout most of April, as well as opening them again for another period in May, because we had only received one CDBG application at that time, and we wanted to give another chance for more projects to come in. So community outreach, we had funding opportunity listed on our website. We had a newspaper posting, and then we reached out to historic partners and folks that have come and partnered with us on funding in the past. And then pre-application support, helping folks walk through the Neighborly system. And then applicants presented to the Longmont Housing and Human Services Advisory Board at their May 9th and June 13th meetings. And at their June 13th meeting, HHSAB voted to recommend the funding awards that are presented to you tonight. And I just want to give a big thank you to the members of the HHSAB. They did a really good job reviewing the applications. They asked really good questions during the applicant presentations, and so we're thankful for that advisory board and their recommendations. So getting into our competitive requests, we had 7 organizations come and request funding for 9 projects. We had a little over $5.3 million in requests between CDBG and then our local affordable housing fund. So as you can see, we were over requested by over $2 million, which really just speaks to the need of affordable and attainable housing projects in our community. And if the funding recommendations that are before you tonight are approved, the city will benefit from an estimated 59 new affordable homeownership units, 47 new affordable rental units, estimated over 200 rehabilitated affordable rental units, and then many, many households served by personal finance and homeownership coaching. And just a note on the Attainable Housing Fund, no new attainable funds were available for competitive award this year. All of our attainable housing funds are currently obligated for the HousePad project, which you are aware of as our affordable and attainable homeownership project in partnership with Vertical Development. And HCI staff is actively exploring Proposition 123 funding from DOLA to try to potentially offset the city's obligation from our local funds by going after that state money. So we are actively working on that and very closely tracking all of their newsletters for when their materials will be out. So getting into our CDBG funding recommendations and the action plan that we'll be submitting to HUD. So we are going forward with the full admin allowance for CDBG. Just as a reminder, this admin cap does not fully cover the cost of delivering the program, which is our HCI program specialist position, as well as oversight by my position. And we do have to supplement that admin cost with local affordable housing funds. And then we're reserving approximately $188,000 for our owner-occupied rehab program. And I did want to take the time to introduce, we have our new CDBG program manager, Alexis, is back there. This is her 3rd week. And so she will be taking over the rehab program. And due to changes in staff capacity, as well as really over the last couple years, there's been emergence of a lot of new rehab programs on the scene. So Longmont Power and Communications has an energy efficiency focused rehab programs. We're also seeing more programs come down from the state. So we're kind of reevaluating what role our HCI rehab program serves in the community, whether it's duplicative of any other programs that might have easier non-federal funding strings attached. And we are exploring whether to continue doing that looking at the program requirements and also looking at potentially contracting it out to a subrecipient to focus more on certain construction aspects that aren't covered by other rehab programs. So now I'm going to get into our funding recommendations. So we have one funding recommendation for our CDBG competitive pot, and this is for a Longmont Housing Authority project at the Suites, which is LHA's permanent supportive housing serving community members exiting homelessness. So the Suites is an old hotel that was acquired and is used for this purpose. And when it was acquired, as well as when there was a renovation done a few years ago, the original doors to all the units were not replaced, and this is causing issues for residents. It has been for several years, and there's lots of lockout issues as well as gaps under the doors where noise and light can come in, and it causes a lot of stress for residents who often experience trauma with their move into housing. And so LHA has applied to replace all of the unit doors at the Suites and utilizing CDBG funds. So HHSAB did recommend the full funding amount of the $200,000 CDBG grant for this project. And you can stop me if you have questions on anything. And that was our only, aside from the rehab program, that was our only competitive CDBG award recommendation. So getting into local affordable housing fund, our total budget for 2024 thus far is $8,600,178 and some change. This includes carry forward revenue from previous years. Last year was kind of a banner year for fee and lieu revenue, so some of that's being carried forward. We also have your generous general fund transfer with some admin, and then we do receive a portion of the marijuana sales tax into the Affordable Housing Fund. And then to date from this presentation, thus far in 2024, we have collected a little over $1.2 million in fee and lieu from our inclusionary housing program for 2024. And then as well as some estimated program income, as this is a revolving loan fund. So this is kind of our revenue picture. And then non-competitive expenditures, so starting to minus out things. We have holdover projects from previous years and kind of previously promised money. For example, for the house pad project, we have program administration. We have a contract with Tetra Tech, who provides consultant engineering services to affordable housing developments. And then some money saved for fee offsets for affordable housing developments that come through the entitlements process. And then one thing I did want to highlight for your consideration tonight is that we are proposing to set aside $250,000 of the Affordable Housing Fund to pilot a locally funded down payment assistance program. We currently have a down payment assistance program that's funded by home funds, so that federal source, and we've only had one successful closing since 2017 because that fund and the HUD funds backing it are so difficult to use, and they just have a lot of requirements about how folks like retirement assets are calculated, and folks can slot in and be, you know, $1,000 off in salary based on some of those asset calculations when you're doing the Part 5 income qualification. And a lot of folks have been locked out of that down payment assistance. So we're really interested in piloting a locally funded program where we can be a little more flexible. And given the volume of buyers that are going to be associated with the house pad project, we'd really like to have this resource available for the affordable buyers for house pads. So I'd like you to think about this as part of the approval, and we would do a first-year pilot program. And if you move forward with this set aside, we would come back to you in August for a study session to actually present proposed program guidelines and give you some more detail on what this would look like. But right now we are asking for kind of the green light on the amount set aside. Okay, so into the Affordable Housing Competitive Awards, and I'll go through these pretty quickly. First up, we have an acquisition from Thistle Community Housing. So they have an existing low-income housing tax credit rental project just a few blocks away called the Cannery, and the parcel next to it is for sale, and Thistle would like to purchase the property next to it in order to do a AC rehab tax credit deal where they can build new units as well as rehab the Cannery units with a 2025 tax credit application. HHSEB recommended their full funding amount with a $400,000 loan, and that we have some staff recommended loan terms. I do want to note that we did not, HHSEB's recommendations did not get into the specifics of loan terms. Staff is recommending loan terms. HHSEB's recommendations were just the amount. Next, we have Habitat for Humanity of the St. Vrain Valley. They had 2 acquisition applications, and HHSEB recommended one of them. This one is the one that's further along in the entitlements process. And they're working with Faith Point Church on 15th and Terry to build 28 to 34 Habitat homes in their less than 60% AMI range, which is really what Habitat does well. And HHSEB recommended a partial funding award of $1.235 million for the land purchase. And then we have some recommended loan terms. Next, we have an acquisition application from the in-between. And so this one is a little unique in that there isn't a site identified yet. And the in-between really came and requested seed money to be able to go to the table on acquisition conversations and have some capital in hand so that they can get farther along when they're approaching folks to buy land. And so they're looking for sites within the St. Vrain Valley School District to do transitional housing for folks in the 30 to 40% AMI range. And HHSEB recommended a $400,000 loan. And something that we would think about, because there is no site specifically identified yet, is if we would give them a timeline in which to spend the money before potentially like recapturing the funds for the affordable housing fund, because this is a little bit unprecedented to have a not a specific parcel yet selected for an acquisition opportunity. So that's something for council to think about, but staff and HHSEB felt confident in the in-between's ability to find a suitable parcel in the next year or so for their goals. We also have a preservation project from Boulder County Housing Authority, their Casa de la Esperanza farm worker housing, which is just south of downtown here in Longmont, and they need ADA accessibility upgrades, new playground, some in-unit rehab work for this 32-unit farm worker property. And HHSEB recommended $500,000 AHF loan. And again, we have some recommended loan terms on this one. And then also for the in-between, we have final gap funding for their Wesley Townhomes project. As I mentioned, they have a home award, and they also received an Affordable Housing Fund award from last year. And this is really the final piece of capital stack that they need to close this project and start construction. And this is for 11 new 2 and 3 bedroom units, again, in that transitional less than 40% AMI range. And HHSEB recommended their full award request for $350,000 loan, matching their loan terms from last year. And then lastly, we have Boulder County Personal Finance Program, Housing Counseling. This is a very popular program, and actually a program that we require for some of our HCI programs. So for folks coming through down payment assistance, we send them to the personal finance experts at Boulder County to go through their budgets and make sure that they are on track for home purchases or whatever their goals are. And for this year, we are recommending increasing their award due to the volume of folks that are going to be coming through their program for HousePad. So all the buyers to get housing counseling ahead of that. And also moving them out of CDBG, which they were traditionally funded in, into our local funding source of the Affordable Housing Fund. And that's for multiple reasons. But importantly, it'll reduce a lot of administrative burden for both our staff and Boulder County staff. And CDBG is not really meant to be used to fund programs on an ongoing basis. It's more for one and done type construction projects. So this will ensure that this really valuable service to the community is funded on a more flexible and more ongoing basis. So that was the overview of the projects, and this is our public hearing for the CDBG action plan. So happy to take any questions over anything I've covered.
Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, I'll open it up for the public hearing. Is there anybody in the public that would like to address what we saw presented? Seeing none, I'll go right to the direction that you're asking for. Let me just find where I am. So what they're looking for is to accept the CDBG Affordable Housing Fund and Attainable Housing Fund Award recommendations as presented in Attachment 1 and approve the 2024 Annual Action Plan.
Move that we do exactly that.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring, that we accept the funds that they're asking for and approve the 2024 Annual Action Plan. Are there any discussions on that motion? Go ahead.
The down payment, the $250,000.
Councilmember Yarbrough, this does include the set aside of the budget for the DPA program, the guidelines of which would come back to you.
Okay, let's vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. That was a great presentation. And B was pulled. Is that on second reading? No?
B is ordinance 2024-42, the second reading and public hearing.
All right.
We're not two items removed yet.
Okay, it was 12. 2024-42 is a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 11.16 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning incorrect model traffic code references, discrepancies with appeal and review deadlines, and timed parking enforcement. Are there any questions from council on this bill? Seeing none, I'll open up the public hearing on 2024-42. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address this? Were we going to have a presentation on this?
Just for questions.
Okay. All right. I didn't think so. Seeing no one from the public, I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I'll move ordinance 2024-42.
It's been moved by Councilor Hidalgo Faring and seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Let's vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. We are now at the items that are removed from the consent agenda, and I'll turn it over to Councilor Christ, as she's the one that pulled these. Councilor Christ.
I think Danielle's coming down. I actually have two simple questions. It's mostly in regards to item D, which is the 66 open space property, which only has 2.5 shares of water, and I'm wondering if that's adequate. I know it's half the size of the other two parcels, but they have much more water available on them.
Something that we're working on with our tenant farmer on 66 is to get a center pivot. So switching from flood irrigation to center pivot irrigation will help use the water more efficiently on that farm. But in general, the open space water portfolio needs to be built up. So we could use more water in our portfolio, which could help multiple farms, including 66.
Great. So my other question is an accounting question, and that is when you pay for the water, does that come out of the open space or does it come out of the water fund?
It comes out of open space. There's a water portfolio from the water fund, and there's an open space water portfolio as well. Our water portfolio covers our tenant farmers and our open space properties, as well as in-stream flow rights.
So for these properties, especially for the 6, you're just going to have the, I'm just going to call it a portal for the irrigation instead of flood irrigation. So you aren't going to have to water share between the 3 parcels?
It changes every year depending on weather, how we move the water around to make sure that everybody has enough water. Sometimes also the tenant farmers have water that they bring. So I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. You did, because I noticed in the contract it said that the water could only be used for that property, but it sounds like you have a negotiation in place to handle that. All right, that's all I wanted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I will move item D, E, and F.
Right.
One at a time.
Oh.
Okay.
I would like to move item D of the consent agenda.
Okay, that was item D on the consent agenda, 2024-46, moved by Councilor Chris, seconded by Councilor McCoy. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. That carries unanimously.
I move item 2024-47.
I'll second that. So 2024-47 was moved by Councilor Chris, seconded by myself. There's no more discussion. Let's vote. That passes unanimously.
And I also move 2024-48.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Chris, 2024-48, and seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. And that passed unanimously. We are now on general business. A is review of a draft bill for an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Longmont Municipal Code on land use regulations and planning approval processes to further incentivize affordable housing unit generation. Do we have, there you are. So it's Don Burchett, the planning manager, Molly O'Donnell, Housing and Community Investment Division Director, that are going to present this.
Thank you. Mayor, members of council, you've already introduced us, so I'll leave it at that for speed. We are bringing an item tonight to talk about furthering affordable housing incentives. We brought this item back on June 4th at the study session, but we were missing a number of council members, and the direction was to bring it back. And so I'm going to move a little bit quickly through some of this, since some of this council has heard it. And then we can answer any questions anyone else might have for those items if we need to. Just to start with a review of where we're at with the route policy research recommendations based on our planning grant through the state that we got in 2022. They have done a number of efforts for us, and tonight we're going to talk about the final one. First, they did our inclusionary housing recommendations review, and just to show you all where the progress is on that, we have pretty much implemented all of the recommendations, or as modified by council where needed, back in November. And then we continuously evaluate our land donation options once that comes about from developers. The second major deliverable that they provided is the Affordable Housing Incentives Review. And so this is a kind of a status chart of where we are with each of those recommendations. Tonight, you're going to be hearing about 3 of the items. If anyone has questions about what's in progress or complete or coming still, we can go over that, but I'll just focus on the 3 for tonight. We're going to be looking at the public process requirements for subdivision plat, open space variance and pocket parks recommendations, and density and height bonus recommendations. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Don.
Thank you. Good evening. I'll try to be brief, and then we can always go back if you want additional information, since we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Unfortunately, the screen's a little blocked, but the first proposal that came from the root study was to look at modifying the preliminary plat review process. Currently, the standard is that any subdivision that creates more than 4 lots has to go through a preliminary plat process. What the root policy report recommended was that we remove that if they provide on-site affordable. A couple of things I want to go over real quick for you is the overall development process. I think there was a little bit of a question about what would still be required for a development to go through that would entail public process. The city council would still have the annexation process where the concept plan would be presented. You would have not only the typical meetings with the neighborhood meetings before the application was submitted, you would also have public hearings and notice for the Planning Commission public hearing and recommendation to the council, as well as the city council, able to have a public hearing on the proposal. The preliminary plat is the next step after the property is annexed for a subdivision that's going to create parcels that would be for sale. Again, the root recommendation is that this step would go away. Currently, as you'll see here on another slide, we provide neighborhood meetings. We notice the application. Again, it goes to Planning Commission for approval, and then it's appealable to the City Council. So that step that's on the screen of preliminary plat is proposed to go away. We would still have final plat and site plan process, which we still do notice to the applicant, to the neighborhoods, but the appeal is only appealable by the property owner or the developer. There is no appeal option for any person who lives adjacent to the property. So again, preliminary plat review process is required when you create 3 or more lots. It's rarely used for multifamily developments because typically they're not trying to sell their lots, and they're typically after a larger parcel that they can build their units on. It is required for all single family and townhome developments, so anything that is for sale that's going to be created is required to go through the preliminary plat process right now if it's for a development of 4 or more units. The project timeline that it adds approximately 4 to 6, and that's probably on the low end. It depends again on the quality of the submittal, but it is a amount of time that we believe would be a significant savings for the development community, especially if they're going to provide on-site affordable housing. Again, the preliminary subdivision plat process is on the left-hand side, shows the process that you go through in that 4 to 6 month process. Again, by removing this step, some of the impacts that we had identified is that it's going to reduce some of the uncertainty for developers because their project's not appealable. They would go through the annexation once it's been annexed by the council, and as long as they meet the plan that was presented to you, they would go through just a final plat process with staff, and that would give them a little bit more certainty on the outcome. Again, saves them additional time, removes the public hearing process, does remove the rights of any citizens to appeal the proposal to the council, and could ultimately reduce some of the cost of the development community by having to create the documents that are required for a preliminary plat. So that's the first proposal that was that we're covering. The second proposal that we're looking at tonight is related to modifying the open space buffer requirements. Currently, any development that's adjacent to public property or an open space or public property that's owned for a park or any kind of open space is required to have a buffer. And the proposal is that that would go away, but we would not change anything to do with the riparian setback. So the riparian setback still would stay in effect. It would still have its setback requirements and buffer requirements that go with that. The two drawings again on the screen, this one on the left-hand side with the kind of awkward looking open space area. The two red lines show the boundary between the homes and a future city park that is over in the southwest side of Longmont. This area was set aside to specifically meet the buffer requirements. It's an area that's going to have to be maintained by the HOA. It also took away land that could have been used for additional housing in this development. The proposal would do what we have over north of 9th Avenue, where we have existing city park here in red in the center here, and then we have adjacent developments next to it. There's still setbacks from the park, from the property line, but there is no additional open space that those neighborhoods have to maintain. Again, the current buffer requirements reduces the land available for homes. We have identified that the main reason that we have tried to provide these buffers as shown on the left is the potential conflicts between city and adjacent neighbors with questions about where property lines are and other kind of operations with the park, just trying to keep those separate from the neighborhoods. The other impact that we identified is that this would reduce costs for HOA on maintaining property that typically is not large enough for them to use other than to put trees and shrubs in and then to maintain them. Proposal 3, and I've labeled these as 3A and B as we talked about last time. 3A would be to correct the minimum number of residential units that are triggered by that trigger the pocket park requirement. As you may recall, we identified this was a typographical error in the 2018 Land Development Code, where the standard is currently at 25 units of multifamily. You have to provide a pocket park, and on the ratio that it should have been at, that it was previously, was at 50. So we're asking that that be changed back to the 50. So that's the first change. 3B would be to modify the pocket park requirements in a couple of different ways. The first is to increase the number and type of public parks and public property that would count as an existing facility for people to use within that quarter mile, so that if there was a community park versus a neighborhood park that the city owns, that we could count that community park in excluding that development from providing a pocket park. The other is that the proposed standard would change of that if a development is providing on-site affordable housing, they would not have to provide a pocket park. That's the suggestion in the route study. So that would only apply to those that are providing on-site affordable housing. A couple things, because some of the questions came up about what pocket park is. Under the Land Development Code, pocket parks are both passive and active recreation count as pocket parks. So they don't have to necessarily include a play area or some kind of activity area. It could just be open space area. It could be gardens, for example, which we have in some of our developments already. Here are a couple of pictures of some pocket parks. One is in Prairie Village. Up on the north end, we have a playground area. We also have a large field that's set up for soccer, other kinds of areas where you can play baseball or soccer, football, any of the sports that you would like to do. We also have an example here of where the development put in really more of just an area with a gazebo and a park bench and a grill. So another example of what a pocket park can look like. And then what we are starting to see in some of the more larger apartment complex now, this is a pool area off of 17th and County Line Road. So again, they vary significantly in what people do, but the intent here is to offer the ability for an affordable project, if they provide on-site affordable, to not provide their pocket park. It doesn't mean that they could not provide one if they want to, but it would take away the requirement. Again, when we talk about the house pad project that the council looked at the other couple months ago now, this was almost 2 acres of land that was set aside to meet the pocket park requirement. So that is an impact on the amount of housing that was provided in that development. It was adjacent, or not adjacent, but across the street from a future community park, which we cannot count underneath the current code for meeting a 1/4 mile distance. The change would have allowed us to look at that. It does allow us to count neighborhood parks, but it doesn't allow us to count the recreation center or any of the amenities over there, because again, that's a community park, not a neighborhood park. The other that I pointed out is that the greenway, left-hand greenway, which we've made significant investments in for a trail, is within a 1/4 mile of this development, but is not allowed to be counted under the way it's currently written for the exception for pocket parks. And we believe that that is something that you should consider. Another thing to really point out is the costs with these HOAs on maintaining these. Not only is there the normal maintenance costs of your mowing and watering, but you also have your insurance that they have to keep. There's also upkeep and replacement costs. You've seen that with your own parks here in the city, that can be an expensive cost when you're trying to bring play equipment and other things up to current standards for safety. I think this is the final one. Increase the maximum density bonus. Currently, the existing density bonus, if you provide on-site affordable housing, you get a 20% bump in your density. The root study recommended that we raise that by 5% to 25. The chart on the screen shows the changes. So for example, on a 1 acre development, if you were looking at a regular single family area, the RSF here, it would currently give them a 1.6 unit bonus. If they provided on-site affordable, that would just go up to 2 units. So just a little bit of a nudge. The larger the project, obviously, the greater the impact on this 25%. So 5% over a larger project definitely would have more impact. So those are the items that we were going to cover with you tonight, and I'll let Molly give you the rest.
Okay, so we're looking for feedback tonight on each of those proposals, and we can go back to any of them that you might have questions on. The proposed implementation, if we were to get direction to bring forward an ordinance for one, some, or all of these, would be to bring a first reading of the ordinance July 23rd, second reading August 13th, and that would be effective in late August. That's the plan. So I open it up for any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions from council on any of these proposed ordinances? Councilor Christ.
Mr. Burchett, in your last presentation, you mentioned that some of the complexity was hard for developers to get into, so they were just choosing the fee in lieu to avoid the complexity. If we want to actually have these units built, how do we know that one of these 4 things or all 4 of these things would actually be an incentive, since it does offer complexity? And perhaps the option is really that we need to suspend the fee in lieu for a period of time until we meet our quota. So, some of my other questions are, with the preliminary plat review, I know it saves 4 to 6 months. Do we have any idea what kind of cost savings that would be for a developer?
So let me jump in and try to. I think it depends on. I mean, there's a lot of variables in this, so it depends on the size of the project, the lending environment, interest rates, all of those variables start playing into this. And so, you know, as you know, utilizing HousePad, which was an open book process when we were seeing it, time was definitely a pretty specific issue that we had to deal with, because you're trying to time certain points, minimize the expense that you're paying for the professionals. Because the more time they have to spend, the more you're paying, the more that's pushing up the pro forma in that. So it's really project specific. It's hard to give you a number.
And I'm wondering if developers have this in their mix. You know, they have their own spreadsheets, like you all have realized, and so they may not be able to quantify the savings that they would receive from that.
Councilmember Christ, I think you're talking of tens of thousands of dollars in savings.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, when you look at just the amount that they're going to spend in the drawings that have to be done, the reports and all the other documents, and then you add in the time that Harold's talking about, it's tens of thousands of dollars.
And I think the other piece is, Dawn mentioned this the last time, is you're seeing them select other options that don't necessarily require the same process. So is it for sale, Dawn, that you have to go through this process? Yep. But rental, you don't. And so what's happening is some of these projects, they're electing to go into the rental side because of the time savings versus staying on the for sale product.
I can more easily see where you save money with open space buffers. Although I do know some developments that they really like having that buffer between them. And, you know, for instance, with the golf course, it's nice to have that little buffer between. And then pocket parks, same thing, although it's nice to have a little runaround space. Now, with the density bonus, it almost feels like it changes the math, you know, just building more units, whereas maybe what you ought to do if you're going to build 30 affordable units, you ought to just have 30 units that are at higher than market rate, which we're finding out is something that is needed in our market, or we don't have a lot of in our market. So that's just my kind of logic, is why not just offset it so that the median price is the same? Offset 30 units to the high end, 30 units to the low end, and build it. So those are my 4 cents, I guess.
All right, thank you.
Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Don, can you go back to some of your earlier slides? That it's like, I think maybe this first or second slide. I keep going. Oh, here we go. Go back to 7, I think. Oops. The thing that concerns me the most is when we remove citizens' right to appeal. That sends the wrong message, I think, somewhat. I would support some of these things here, but removing the citizens' right to appeal to City Council, especially when we've had things come forward and it wasn't going to work for the community. Like, you know, we looked at Bond Farm and others that without the community coming back and appealing and talking about, we wouldn't have gotten something that was the right fit for everybody there. And I think that, you know, I could support some of these other things to help move the process forward, but that part has to kind of has to stay in the mix there. Now, people might not appeal every one. I'm assuming that there's going to be a process to that appeal. You know, a number of signatures of people that are adjacent to the property, or have that have some sort of dog in the fight there. But I would think that maybe we want to take that part out. That's kind of a bit of a showstopper in regards to citizen input. I'm just really concerned that as streamlining as that is, it's probably not the best way to streamline it. If we really have we're still going to, I know, have people you know, want to come forward and say, I have a problem, even if we leave it in there. But if we are trying to stay true to our our ordinances and our decisions here, having that out of there makes it easier for the people to just, say something if it's really something that's not going to work for them and the surrounding community.
So, Councilmember McCoy, a couple things. So, one thing that could looked at is what one of our neighboring communities has done, which is Loveland. So, when they got rid of their preliminary plat review, what they did is they put in a notification period at the end of the final plat and allowed for any appeal to happen within a 2-week time period after the final plat was completed and ready to be recorded, where it could be appealed up to one of the bodies for a hearing. Again, you're not going to take you're going to still leave some uncertainty for a developer if you do that. But if it is on the final plat and they're still not doing a preliminary plat when that happens, there would still be significant time and money savings for the project. So maybe that's not something you want to give us direction on tonight, but I would just point out that there are other ways you could still save an appeal process for a project where it could still potentially come back to you if you chose. And then we would do noticing then after we finish the review, the project's completed. We would then notify the neighbors within so much of a distance. They would then have a couple weeks to file an appeal if they believe that something was done in error. Then you would get a chance to look at it. That's just one option.
Okay, and it's not just it's something done in error, opposed to just people not feeling that it's the right fit.
And that's the way that our appeal process is written, is that it limits the appeal body to looking to see if there were errors. It doesn't mean that that's not something that could be changed by the council if you so chose and gave us direction, but right now that's the way it's written. And one other point, just to clarify, is that the Bond Farm item that you guys addressed previously, that was a concept plan amendment, not a preliminary plat. Okay. So again, that's under the annexation portion. If you annex a property and it has a concept plan and they don't meet that, we will identify that, tell them they have to amend it, come back to the city council, okay, just like Bond Farm did. And if they're proposing something that you're not comfortable with, you don't have to approve it.
I think that coming back to that one, I think if we would look at something what maybe Loveland is looking at, we don't have to recreate the wheel, but I think it's always good to give the people the voice, yeah, and feel like they have a say in it. And if we get it wrong, we got to get it right. And at that stage, if you're saying that they still have at the annexation part, if they come with a concept plan that people can argue that, then we can make sure that we give direction there.
Yes, that's correct. The concept plan would still come back. The council at that time would make the decision as to whether or not they believe a change from what was originally approved should be approved.
What do we have to do to make that happen?
We got a little bit more work to do to make that happen if we have 4 of you who agree to give us direction that way.
So do you want to make a motion to that point?
I would make a motion that needs to be a component of it.
When you say that needs, can you spell that out?
Can we go back to that we need to have, Don suggested, what was the part there?
Yeah, I'll get the flow chart up here if I can get, so.
Where removes the right to appeal to the city council, right at that spot there, what was the wording that what was Loveland's?
So staff would remove the preliminary plat process, but we would add a 2-week time period in which an aggrieved person could appeal the decision. And I take it that you want that to come to the city council for determination.
Yes.
I'll second that. So let me pull this back up so I can read it. Councilor McCoy made a motion to direct staff to preliminary plat review process be amended to remove preliminary plat, but added a 2-week time period for appeal of decision to city council. And I seconded it. Let's vote.
The,
About the, okay, hang on. I'm pulling you up. Counselor Martin, is your hand up for this specific motion?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, you're on.
I would just like to observe that specifically removing citizens' right to appeal so frequently and so easily is a change that is being made across the nation as municipalities improve their process and improve the ability for urban planning to work for the good of the community, because it over-empowers special interests. And so while I very much like the idea of considering the Loveland plan, and I guess that means I'm going to vote for this, I want to register my support for Mr. Burchett's overall plan.
Okay.
Because I think we really we really need to keep people from weaponizing our processes against developing the city.
So you are in favor of the preliminary plat review process as presented? But we're going to vote on the motion, which is different than this.
I'm not sure what you mean by as presented. Yes, my preference would be Mr. Burchett's proposal as presented, which means removing the whole preliminary plat step.
Okay,
But I would consider the idea of having a short appeal step on the final plat.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more discussion on this motion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes with, if it's 5-2, with Counselor Christ and Counselor Rodriguez opposing. Thank you. Can we do these one at a time? Let's do that. So, Counselor McCoy, you agree with the preliminary plat as proposed? Well, as amended, but that amendment was not for the preliminary plat, was it? It was
Yes.
for the end of the final plat.
It's related to the preliminary plat removal. So if you all wanted to direct us to adjust and remove the preliminary plat process, then Councilmember McCoy's motion would be added to that process, correct?
I took it as that the motion made was to allow for the removal of the preliminary plat process as long as we add the appeal
Oh,
at final
okay.
plat. So I think
That's
we've
what I-
addressed
yes.
number
So we're
one.
good here.
Final plat.
Yeah.
So we're good here.
So we need to know, as amended. Okay,
So
I agree with that. Counselor Christ?
You just voted
You just
on that.
voted
Yeah.
on the amendment.
now we can go to number 2 if you want.
We're all good. All right, number 2. Okay, this is open for discussion. Let's just say, If you don't agree with it, why? But if you do agree with it, we don't need a lot of discussion. And I will start. I agree with this, and I'll vote, give direction to follow this.
I agree.
All right, so I move that we accept proposal number 2.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and
Second.
seconded. It's been seconded by Counselor Hidalgo Faring. I heard her first. Let's vote unless there's any discussion. Seeing no discussion, let's vote. That carries unanimously. All right, the next one. Proposal 3.
This is the typo that we asked for you guys to fix, or allow us to fix.
So,
I move that we accept the proposed standard.
Second.
it's been moved by Counselor Hidalgo Faring, seconded by Counselor Rodriguez. Is there any discussion that we accept proposal 3A, correct the minimum number of residential units? Does anybody have discussion? I do. Here's my problem, and I want to know, when we say that whenever we have a huge development, and some of the slides that you showed with the pocket parks, they're huge. They don't need to make that big of a space. But when I think of how far kids would have to go to play in a park if their parents aren't with them, or just have a pickup soccer game, or, which my kids did all the time, and I didn't have time to go with them or take them, and we can't assume that only adults are going to be living in all these apartments. And there's been so many studies on mental health that if kids and people don't have a space to go to, and the streets that they would have to cross without any crosswalks, we already have that problem. So I would just like to have more discussion, so I'm going to vote against it. So let's vote. Mm-hmm. This is just to fix the typo?
Yeah, 3A is just to change the minimum standard from your first 25 units of apartments would have required open space to happen, or pocket park. It's going to 50. That was the original ratio we used to have, was your first 50 units, then required you to have a pocket park on site. There was a typo when the consultants put the land development code together in 2018. They changed it to 25, and we didn't find it until recently. So this
So
A
you're
is
not removing pocket parks from developments if
not
they
with this.
do?
No, not this one.
Okay, I'm sorry, I totally misunderstood.
That's okay. This one is just correcting a typo, changing the minimum number of units on a property.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's vote.
Everybody's voted.
That carries unanimously.
Okay.
It's amazing when you explain things to me, how that works.
And
I'm sorry.
that's okay. And 3B, Mayor, is the one I think that you were discussing just a minute ago about potentially
3B.
removing the requirement.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
okay. Is there any discussion? Can we have a motion on this?
I move to change to the proposed standard.
It's been moved by Counselor Rodriguez, seconded by Counselor Yarbrough, that we remove the proposed standard on modifying the pocket park requirements. Do we have any discussion? I have a question. Just a clarification. This does not apply to any development that does land or land in lieu or cost in lieu. What is that called?
Fee in lieu.
Fee in lieu, yeah.
The way it is currently written in your packet, it would only apply if they built units on site. There is no other exception in that standard. If you would like us to add another exclusion for land or something else, then we could do that, but it is not written that way right now.
So we're removing this from the ordinance? Is that the motion?
Mm-hmm. So they can exempt development of a pocket park if they provide on-site affordable housing.
So as an example, in the house,
I know.
yeah, so as an example, again, house pad
Mm-hmm.
would not have had to provide a pocket park because they were providing on-site affordable. The changes that you're making with the types of parks that would count, they also would have been within a quarter mile of a community park, which right now we can't consider. So the house pad maybe isn't the best example, but it just shows you that they would have gotten to count the rec center and the building and all the improvements out in that community park that was within a quarter mile. And right now we could not count that.
Okay. All right, let's vote. And that fails with Counselor Yarbrough, Counselor Martin, and Counselor Rodriguez in favor, Mayor Peck, Counselor Hidalgo-Ferring, Counselor McCoy, and Counselor Christ in opposition.
Great. Then the last one is the change to 25% for the density bonus.
I move proposal 4, increase the maximum density bonus. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Counselor Martin. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes with Counselor Christ in opposition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have our direction. You'll be seeing an ordinance for the items that did go through.
Have a good time.
Break for me.
We are now on number B, which is going to have a staff presentation. There are two resolutions to be, and they are resolutions for the authorization of eminent domain for the South St. Vrain Water Diversion and St. Vrain Greenway Trail projects. Can I go ahead?
Make a motion that we extend our meeting past 11.
Yes, do I have a second for that?
Second.
It's been moved by Counselor McCoy and seconded by Counselor Christ that we extend our meeting past 11 o'clock. I'm going to wait until, yes.
While we're waiting for Susan.
of order. What are we voting on? The motion to extend or the motion of eminent domain?
We're not voting on anything at the moment. We're going to have a presentation and,
We are.
oh, I'm sorry. We obviously don't need to extend. I don't know if I can make it. We're voting on the motion to extend past 11 o'clock, Counselor Martin. But we're waiting for two counselors who needed to take a break. We're waiting for Diane now. Are you going to vote no?
How important are these? Oh, no.
Why? She ran to her car to find her password for email.
Grouchy.
Sorry.
So as a reminder, we're voting to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. Let's vote. I don't want to, but I have to. And that passes with Counselor Martin and Counselor Rodriguez in opposition. And I welcome Ken Houston to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Ken Houston, I'm the Water Resource Manager at City of Longmont. In addition, Danielle Cassidy's here with us, who will present the second half of this resolution proposal on their trail project. The first project we want to talk about is the South St. Vrain Diversion, which is located, quick map here, it's a star just south and west of the town of Lyons, and it provides water to our water treatment plant, which is located just east of the town of Lyons. This particular diversion point was the original diversion point for the city of Longmont, starting back in 1882. In the 1890s and 1894, a major flood, similar to the one we just had, hit that area and destroyed the diversion structure and relocated the river, which ended up requiring us to get additional right-of-way to repair that at the time. It was also in 1902, it was enlarged for the sugar mill, and then in 1934 it was further enlarged as when we built our first water treatment plant, the South Water Treatment Plant. This particular facility is fairly important to us. It provides about 1/3 of Longmont's native basin water supply. Unfortunately, in the 1980s, it was mistakenly sold by Boulder County at a tax sale. Over the years, we've negotiated with a number of different property owners that are out there and have been able to clear up that title that happened from that sale. And so we're currently talking with some of the private property owners around the area to make sure that all the property owners are happy. We believe we've reached conclusion with all of the property owners. This map shows the one small parcel that we are asking for a resolution for eminent domain. If you look on the map, it's listed as parcel number 6. It's that very small purple parcel. When all the surveying went together in this area, that was one area that had pretty well concluded that it had not ever been sold or transferred, and so there really isn't a property owner. So the eminent domain really isn't to against an owner, but it's really to clear title to make sure that we have all the property out there cleaned up. The other properties we've negotiated with the property owners, and through both some quiet title actions, some exchanges, and some platting, we'll be able to do that. Makes this project a little bit easier than most eminent domains because we're really not, and it's also very small. It's about 0.1 acres, but it's what we needed to do to clean up that property. So I'll turn it over now to the Greenway Trail with. Oh, okay.
Let's vote on this
Yes,
one first.
vote on the first one, okay.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to answer any questions on the project as well.
Are there any questions from the council? I just want to clarify and make sure that this eminent domain is specific to this or resolution.
It is, yes.
It's not a general for whatever you want to use it for.
Correct. In
Thank
fact,
you.
The maps are in the packet that allow that.
Great. So I move R 2024-41. It's been moved by myself, seconded by Councilor McCoy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that carried unanimously. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. This is the other half of the presentation. I'll go fast, and if you want to return to anything for questions, let's do it that way. So this is for the, first of all, I just want to quickly say, requesting to utilize the power of eminent domain is not something that we take lightly at all, and we're not there yet, so I'll explain that in my presentation, but that is the request on the table for this project as well tonight. This is for the St. Vrain Greenway Phase 13 trail, which extends from Sandstone Ranch into St. Vrain State Park. Here on the map, you can see the design, the 100% design for this phase of the trail. This project has partial funding from DRCOG state funds. Those funds are administered by CDOT, and the city has matched those funds 50-50. So 1.5 from DRCOG, 1.5 mil from the city. The deadline to spend that grant and funding is June 30th, 2025. So a year from now. We've spent all the design funding. We're at 100% design. We have not begun to spend the construction funding, and that is because we are still in our right-of-way acquisition process. This phase of the project kicked off in April 2022, and design is complete. When this phase of design kicked off, the very first thing that we did was look at various trail routes that we could do. We considered a lot of various options because the St. Vrain Master Plan was approved by City Council in July 2001, so a lot of time passed between when that plan was approved and when this phase of the trail kicked off. In the intervening years, the other 11 phases of the trail going through the city were completed. So just to give you a little bit of background, we didn't just arrive at this trail immediately, this trail route, this design. We did a lot of research, and we looked at every section of the trail carefully and considered all the things that we need to consider when we're looking at a trail. First of all, safety, where the trail is going. Is it crossing driveways? Is it going in front of businesses? Is it going along roads? User experience was another thing that we considered. And then environmental impacts was something that we strongly considered when looking at the preferred trail route. So we do have willing property owners that we are working with to acquire trail easement for this section of trail. Unfortunately, we have one property owner that is not interested in selling us a permanent trail easement. They would prefer that we would buy their entire 5-acre parcel. We are asking for 0.94 acres, so less than an acre or 18% of their parcel for a permanent trail easement. So with this landowner, and again, this is, since this project has CDOT funding in it, we are beholden to CDOT rules as well as Uniform Act rules. So we are using a CDOT third-party negotiator on all of our negotiations. Negotiations with this landowner began in early 2023. This is the timeline of everything that's been done to date. We've gone back and forth. We've sent a notice of intent, and then we sent out a formal offer. So in that process, we had an appraisal done, and again, in the CDOT process, you get an appraisal done, and then you send it into the CDOT-approved appraisal reviewer. So that is how the fair market value is determined. And so the fair market value for this permanent trail easement is 95% of fee simple, so $460K is the value. The landowner rejected that offer in April 2024 and countered with, please buy the whole parcel, the whole 5 acres. And then sometime around April or May, they listed the property for sale on the market for $3.59 million for the whole thing. So in June 2024, we did reject this counter offer. We did consider this counter offer. We looked at, is this a good use of taxpayer money to, perhaps turn this parcel into a parking lot trailhead? It doesn't make sense where it's located, and it's adjacency to St. Vrain State Park as well as Sandstone. It's just far enough away, it's not going to solve any parking problems at Sandstone. So we'll get to our request here. So in our process, we would like to send a final offer to this landowner. However, if this offer is rejected, our request is, as an option of last resort, staff is requesting City Council's authorization to exercise the city's power of eminent domain to acquire the 0.94 acre permanent trail easement by condemnation.
I would be remiss if I didn't say that there is some concern from environmentalists about the bald eagles. And I want to know, once the trail is completed, what is the distance from the bald eagle nest to the trail?
So, yes, there are various raptor species, including bald eagles, as some of the sensitive species along this trail. However, we worked with FEMA, who has standards for buffer zones for eagle nests and timing limitation, or sorry, not FEMA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as the state, CPW. So we worked with both agencies. We went out on site with both agencies as well as our wildlife biologists on staff and looked at all of those things. And as a result of those on-site meetings and looking and knowing these specific pairs of eagles, both U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issued us an email, and CPW issued us an SB 40 clearance, meaning that the trail and building the trail is safely outside the eagle buffers that are set by these agencies, and that the trail construction will adhere to the timing and noise limitations that are needed.
So when you say the timing, is that when the eagles will not be nesting?
Right. These agencies issue, since this is the bald eagle species, they have a season of nesting and fledging. So we follow, though, we cannot construct or build during these certain months of the year.
Okay. That is Counselor Chris.
Miss Cassidy, first, thank you for the lovely field trip that we had. It was a very idyllic day, and for the book.
Of course, thanks for coming.
How soon do you need this land?
Well, we are under a timing deadline with our grant funding.
So you need it by the end of the year, or?
I mean,
We need it as soon as possible.
we need to move forward enough in our proceedings that we can get a conditional right-of-way clearance from CDOT so that we can continue doing the project work so that we have any hope of meeting our grant deadline.
Okay. Well, I'm a person that plays the probabilities, and I see this working out one of two ways. I think the owner sells the land, and then you're working with a different owner who will probably give you the easement. Or the owner sees that you've lost interest and decides to give you the easement. Or then we go to the third option of eminent domain. But if you're under a time crunch, then we know that these legal machinations take time too. So I guess you don't have any other choice but to go with eminent domain. But just wanted to save the city some money on legal fees. But thank you.
Thank you. And then I didn't mention that we had a correction to the council communication that I handed out a hard copy, but I also wanted to mention it here. In the second paragraph of the fiscal impact, we had said that if we go to eminent domain and if legal fees are accrued associated with that we are saying that those would be paid for out of the Parks Grants and Donation Fund and other funds that we are working to identify.
But not open space.
Correct. We are not paying for anything associated with the eminent domain proceedings out of the open space fund.
Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Danielle, can you go back to where you make your statement? Okay. So your request, if in light of time and understanding that we are under a deadline, I want to ask Mayor Peck, do you find this the right time to make a motion?
Sure.
To move what was presented here as an option of last resort, staff's requesting council to authorize to exercise the city's power of eminent domain to acquire the 0.94 acre permanent trail easement after, of course, we make our last
Final offer.
Final offer. So I'd like to move. Do I move R-25 24-41? Is that 42?
Do I have a second? Second. It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring to move 2024-42. I'm sorry. I do have a question. Has legal weighed in on this, Eugene?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and Mayor, we do have our outside counsel here if you have specific questions.
Yes, we've worked with.
Oh, hi, Dan.
Sorry, I meant to introduce Dan, but yeah.
That was
he's
probably
our
me
question.
that should have done that. My apologies. We have been working on this matter with outside counsel as well as city attorney's office, yes.
I'm happy to answer any questions you have on this.
What is the process if we do eminent domain on this landowner?
Sure. So this is
Okay.
The resolution is a preliminary step in the process, right? So we have the resolution, we make the last and final offer to the landowner. Once we've met those preliminary requirements, then we file the petition itself. And we file the petition, and then if the city needs to acquire possession quickly, there's this mechanism called immediate possession. So typically that would take, we could get that after the landowner answers the petition, and then it's usually set down for a hearing. And at the hearing, if the legal standards are met, then possession is taken by the city. And that's the point at which they can actually use the trail and use the easement for the purposes stated.
Okay.
And then there's a second portion that happens later that's basically determining the value of the property. So that's
Okay.
kind of like a second hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And staff, what is the amount that we're offering for this land?
So we offered 467,000 for the easement. We have to make a counter offer next,
Okay.
and we'll come up with a different number.
Okay.
Right, and the next offer will be the last and final offer. And so that will be the required by statute offer that needs to be made before the action starts.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Let's vote. Oh, Council Christ has a question.
My question is, do you have time to get this all done so we can use our grant money? Or is it,
I'm sorry, say that again?
can you get an eminent domain prosecution finished in time to use the grant money that we have?
Yeah, I mean, if we were to use the immediate possession, if we were to schedule a hearing for immediate possession, in theory, we should be able to do that within a couple-month period. So we should be able to get possession of the property within a few months. And that would allow the city to then use the property for its purposes.
Okay. And that's adequate time?
I mean, we have handled cases that have taken longer, but in theory, that's effectively the time period that it should take, say 2 to 3 months.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Let's vote. So this passed with myself, Mayor Peck, and Councilor Christ in opposition. This eminent domain is very different than the other one that Ken brought up, and I'm hoping he gives in and takes the money. Okay, we are now at, I need to pull up the end of the meeting with another resolution is 2024-43, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving a cooperative agreement between the city and the Longmont Fraternal Order of Police Lodge for January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2026. And Joanne Z's.
I'm actually going to make this presentation, so I'm
Okay.
going to move through it pretty quick. Council, as you know, by city charter, we collectively bargain employment with related matters with the Fraternal Order of Police and the Longmont Professional Firefighters Association. This is related to the Fraternal Order of Police. The red line agreement in your packet may give you the impression that there were significant changes to the context. In fact, with just few exceptions, we largely made some cleanup efforts and changed some provisions to streamline processes. For example, the parties agreed to run promotional processes at regular intervals to build more predictability for both applicants and management staff. I want to cover a couple of one key point that we really worked into this contract. As you recall, last year you made some adjustments to vacation time and you made adjustments to caregiver leave and bereavement leave and applied those. Those were items that were included in this contract. We're coming off of a 3-year contract with the Fraternal Order of Police, and they were significantly behind the benchmarks as we approached this. And there was one item that they brought into play this year that we really felt we needed to look at, which is the retiree health plan. One of the things that we saw with the Fraternal Order of Police, when we look at the type of work they do and the physical requirements, you know, what we were finding is when we were looking at injuries and other things that were occurring, we were seeing that people were staying on longer because of the gap that they need to get to Medicare. And so the retiree health plan that we created has an ongoing contribution that ranges from 0.5% to 1%. That's based on years of service. That is outlined in the contract that you have available to us. We also have milestones that are included in the contract, as well as catch-up payments for those individuals that have been in the department that don't necessarily have the time to utilize the milestones or the ongoing contribution. In 2025, the pay increases will average across all positions about at around 11.1%. That's going to range from 9.66% to 14.28% for sworn employees, and a range of 3 to 10.93% for civilian employees. All of those details are included in the contract. This is a 2-year contract, so we've also agreed to a 2026 pay increase of 4% for sworn employees and 3.25% for civilian employees. The total cost of the 2025 package of wages and benefits is approximately $4.44 million. There's some other numbers on that, of which about $1.11 million is one-time expense associated with the retirement health savings accounts catch-up expenses. That's a quick overview of this. I would like to thank the Fraternal Order Police for the process we went through this year. It took us 3 bargaining sessions. We probably could have finished it in 2. And really their recognition of what you all, the adjustments you made to bereavement leave, caregiver leave, and the vacation accruals last year, their recognition of that. So it was a quick process that we went through this year. Be happy to answer any questions for you.
Are there any questions from council?
I move resolution 2024-43.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy. Moved by Councilor Rodriguez, seconded by Councilor McCoy to adopt resolution 2024-43. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
Mayor, Council, we know you do have Board and Commission updates next. I just chatted with Dawn. We can definitely place this on the July 9th agenda based on the hour of the night, if you would like for us to do that, or we could go forward with that item, but that's up to council.
I move that we do the Board and Commission updates, appointments, thank you, on the July 9th meeting. I can't even speak, which is why we need to do this.
Oh, okay.
Right, we not everybody also has access, I think, to the electronic ballots.
So you can just wipe them.
We can wipe them, we will start over, yep. And we will bring it back on the 9th. I think the only board that will meet is Historic Preservation Commission, and it's one seat that's up, so I think that they can probably survive, hopefully.
I think so.
The others will meet after the 9th, and I think they'll be okay.
Okay, let's vote. That passes unanimously. We're at the final call, public invited to be heard. Is there anybody in the, oh, thank you. So I'm going to close final call, public invited to be heard. Mayor and council comments? No. Oh, man. Councilor McCoy.
So, Jamie, I gave you a letter I received here, and I think some of you may have also received it. It was odd. It was notarized. It was, it didn't make any sense to me, and I would like you to maybe investigate if we could.
I will do that, and I will follow up with council at a later date.
Thank you. Yep.
City manager remarks?
Comments, Mayor, Council?
Thank you. Acting city attorney remarks? Jamie?
None, thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good night.
Good.